T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Don't know where it goes, but it's only me and I walk alone. I walk this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps and I'm the only one and I walk alone. cuffed up and everything's alright. Check my vital signs and know I'm still alive, and I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk up like shadows, only one that walks beside me. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone up there will find me. Till then I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone. I walk this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps and I'm the only one. And I walk up my shadow's only one that walks beside me. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone up there will find me. Till then I walk alone.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Oh man, what the heck is this stuff? What is this all about? Green candlesticks? I have no idea what these are. You know what though? The title for the day though is we're gonna be like a bunch of Fonzies here. Cool. Just gonna be cool this morning. We're not gonna freak out. We're not gonna do anything crazy. We're just gonna be cool. Volume's at 31, almost 32,000 shares so far this morning. We still have another 50 minutes before our pokey stick of volume. We got numbers to cover. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but in I think it was 30 something hours, the Highcroft interview with Boss Blunts and Pantheon is going to be airing. I think it said 33 hours when I tried to pull it up on my phone. I was like, you baited me. You baited me. Oh man, I pulled it up. Pantheon, he got me, man. He got me. He's like, you guys gotta see this. I clicked on it. It's like, you gotta wait 33 more, or 32 hours now. It's 32 hours. So tomorrow at 3 o'clock p.m. How's he gonna do that? How are they gonna, Pantheon, if you're listening, man? How are you guys gonna release that right in the middle of the shareholder meeting? What the heck, man? It's crazy. You guys should have put it like, I don't know, 5 or something. Like, give us some time to watch. Now I gotta choose between the shareholder meeting and that interview. No, it's not. Their interview's not live. It's already pre-recorded. They already did the interview, so I'm anxiously awaiting. I want to see what it's. I want to see what the announcement is. Let's see here. Good morning to all of you guys, by the way. I'm reading through some of the stuff. I actually saw the one. Novocaine says it's been 2 weeks. No, today's 2 weeks, sir. Novocaine, it's 2 weeks today. Let's see. Little boy, good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. Actually, I mean, just Tim, Brian. I'm gonna have to start naming everybody now. Micah, Sharma. Oh man. Good morning, American Trader, AMC, GME, Moon Baby. Good morning, everybody. Dana. Good morning. Jeff. Good morning. Keto. Good morning. I don't know. I'm not gonna go through everybody. Myself. Good morning. Amy. I could just keep going. It's good to see you guys. Yo says Casey's gonna paint his nails black and start wearing trip jeans. Maybe get a sick wallet chain. I don't know about all that. I'm not into the whole painting my nails. Although I will tell you an interesting fact. Because I was a classical guitar major in college, uh, you may not know this about classical guitar players if you're right-handed and you're playing right-handed, because you put in hours and hours and hours of practice. I'm talking like at least 4 hours a day of practicing. Your nails don't really wear well on strings. And, some people, well, a lot. I think it's pretty common standard practice now for most classical trained classical guitarists to do the nails on the right hand. And when I say do the nails, I'm talking about going out and yep, getting fake nails. They put them all the way down just so they're perfect height, just over the tips of your fingers. It doesn't look like you've got your nails done, but that's what they do, and that it's because that acrylic nail on top of those guitar strings sounds absolutely beautiful, and then you don't have to worry about it wearing down. So, yep, used to get my nails done on my right hand only, and it's kind of weird. You learn stuff like that when you really get into something. You learn the intricacies of the art, and who would have thought, right? Fake nails. You know what the worst thing was about it? I'll tell you what. The worst thing about it was is that when those fake nails come off, like when you decide that you're not going to do that anymore, your nails are like super weak underneath. They do all kinds of damage to your real nails. Women go through some bullshit, guys. I'm telling you right now, like serious like BS, man. I don't know what's up with that, but like they like damage your nails really, really bad. So like if you ever want to go without nails, your hands are like jacked for a while. Yes, performance enhancing nails. But it's true though. It's absolutely true. Uh, Classical guitar players get their nails. If you ever have a chance to meet a classical guitarist, look at his right hand if he's right-handed, and you'll see it. Lou's Boobs says boss interview is 4 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. But yeah, wouldn't have guessed they had to do something like that, right? I mean, it's kind of weird stuff. But I mean, you think if when you think about it, like if you're putting in 4 hours, actually, to be honest with you guys, 4 hours is like the minimum. Usually you're playing for like 6 hours a day, and like you just fingernails just don't work on metal strings after 6 hours of playing. Just doesn't work. You can't get you, you gotta be like Wolverine or some crap in order to be able to play for that long. Some people do. They used to do. Well, not for classical guitar exactly, but some people used to wear these like finger picks. They had finger picks for the hands, but it doesn't sound quite right. And it feels weird. Let's see here. Yeah, yo, that's kind of how I got to at some point. I was just kind of like, this is a bunch of crap. I just want to pick. Actually, I hate picks, but yeah, finger picks is those are more. I think those are more like steel finger picks. Those ones that they wear for the banjos. Tank Dog says, Casey, thoughts on the pre-market run-up? We don't care about fingernails. Yeah, it's happening here. We got a little bit of a run-up. Just gonna be cool about it. Um, so we've got about 33,000 shares of trade so far in volume this morning. So there's what I would say is more volume occurring this morning than we would normally see. Um, I can tell you that the futures on the markets are looking up, so that could be part of the reason why we're seeing some of this upwards movement. I don't really have like a very specific reason for you as to why this is like this, but we'll take a look at some of the numbers here in about 10, 12 minutes from now. You know what, guys? I haven't had my morning coffee yet. And American Trader says drinky drink Wednesday. I gotta wait for the wife to get home, and then the drinky drink will commence. But I need to make my coffee real quick before I start yelling at people. Before I start telling people to shut the hell up. I will say this. Well, so I got up this morning, Country Pride, and the restroom was calling more fiercely than the coffee was. So I had to make a choice. Was I going to go for coffee and suffer for like an hour, or bypass the coffee and feel better? Micah says, Casey, I have made so many copies of my 5 reasons to stay in AMC. I have them posted in so many places to remind me. I'm loving it. Micah, that's awesome, man. Like, remember this. I actually had an opportunity the other day when somebody came in here to talk about my 5 reasons why. And after the fact, I was sitting there, in retrospect, yesterday, after I had the opportunity to talk to somebody and give them a link to, kind of like the timeline history of AMC. I felt like I kind of had let them down a little bit because I had my 5 whys and I didn't cover them. I could have very easily gone over my 5 whys and um, said all that, and like I feel like that would have helped. This is why we have to be prepared, guys. I tell you, be prepared to tell people your 5 whys, and then I'm all like, yeah, go look at this website. It tells you what's happening. So, yeah, I just, in retrospect, I thought back to that moment yesterday, and after it was all said and done, and I was like, man, why didn't I break out my 5 whys and talk about why we're here? I don't know why I'm here. I think each one of us has different whys. I think they're all important, every single one of them. Anyways, a lot of excited apes today, but Donkey Kong says, I like Ape Radio, man. I think they're cool guys. I think they're funny as hell. James says, Casey, I just made a fresh pot of coffee. Do you want an electronic copy of coffee? Oh, man, I would. You know what? I got like 5 minutes before the numbers are really ready for me anyways. So give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna get up real quick here, make my pot of coffee, and give me just 5 minutes. In fact, I'm gonna leave the microphone and the camera on, and I'm just gonna make it in the background, and maybe I'll talk to you guys. I don't know if you'll hear me or not from the coffee pot, but I'll just go over there and make coffee and talk BS or something. I don't know. I'll be right back. Oh, Future Whale Ape Radio is on Twitter. The one and the hedge hold Ape Radio, and it's a space call, and they usually just, a lot of it's, they just kind of talk about anything AMC related, or sometimes they just talk about funny stuff, just a kind of a place to get together as apes and just talk. It's kind of cool. I'll be right back. Let me go make this. Myself says don't fart. Yeah, I'll have to try and remember. All right, I'll be right back. Son of a bitch, I haven't had my coffee yet. Ah! I don't know if you guys can hear me or not, but there's this military tradition that you don't wash out coffee mug. So, in honor of my military family, I don't wash out my mug. don't know if you guys can hear me or not. I'm getting closer here. See, did you guys hear me through the whole thing? Did you hear me talking? Maybe, maybe not. You can't hear shit? Okay. This morning's coffee is Pacific Bold from Kirkland. Yes. It's cheap, but it's good. Watch one of your kids. My wife did. Tim, my wife, she didn't know. She didn't know. She saw my mug at one point. This is a while back, and she washed it. And I was like, "Where's my mug?" And she's like, "It's in the dishwasher." I was like, "No!" That was quite a while ago. It's nice and dirty again now, though. Yo says first it's Bitcoin, now he's shilling coffee. Man ponds. If you don't have them, you might want to get them. They might help you. You never know. Now I'm shilling man ponds for you there, yo. Future Whale says that can make you sick to your stomach. It'll grow hair on my chest too. Abby, I haven't had my coffee yet this morning. I haven't had my coffee yet this morning, and you're already getting me started. You gotta wait for me to get my coffee before you start throwing questions like that out there, Savvy. Come on. Let me get my coffee. We'll talk about it. The initial purge is completed. The coffee is now brewing. Need to grab the juice that I put in it. I highly swear by peppermint flavored coffee. I love it. Yes, the served right in time for some numbers. I'm going to throw the juice back in the fridge. All right, here we go. Warms the cockles. That's right. The American Trader says, for some reason, this reminds me of Cable Guy. All right. So I didn't do any research into it whatsoever. But I did talk to Tony. And Tony said that he had done a video on what Savvy wanted to talk about. And I'm going to be paraphrasing a verbal conversation between him and I, so I might not get every word. I might not have gotten every word right. So please forgive me, Tony, if you're listening and I paraphrase incorrectly. But he basically said that there's a group of individuals out there who are potentially going around and pumping Chinese IPOs, and one of the things I think that we had mentioned between us is that the volume, they're moving on very, very little volume. I don't want to get into the details of it, but all I'm going to say is when you see something that stinks and it tastes like crap and it looks like crap and you hear it, you hear it. Somebody says, "Hey, there's crap." Don't step in the crap. Avoid the crap piles. It's they're out there. They're out there. They're just waiting for you to step into. Just be careful. It's your money. It's your hard-earned money. If you're gonna decide to chase after something like that, be careful with maybe how much if you're gonna try it. Maybe one time and see with maybe small amounts of money. I don't know. See what happens. Yeah, see, there it is. Myself says if you pick it up and drop it and it sounds like crap when it hits the ground, run away. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't know. I don't know what it is that you want to know, Savvy, specifically. But what I would do is the same thing that I always tell you to do. And Fintel was down yesterday. I said let's look it up on Fintel. And then I couldn't pull up Fintel because it was down at the time, and so I said, okay, well let's just pull up Bigham's tweet, where Bigham's tweeted that there was like 147% owned or something like that, and that's pretty much all I need to know. It's not really rocket science after that point. It just kind of makes a little bit of sense. Let me see. I'm pulling it up right now. I don't see institutional ownership on this. I must be pulling up the wrong one. Let's see here. I don't know. That's not it. I'm not sure where Bigham's got his data from, but I'm not finding it easily here. This is actually the first time that I've even looked into it. Savvy says, hubby says he read somewhere that there's a rumor floating that politicians are trying to penalize investors who invest in stocks like HKD. Just I don't know. I'm just not really interested in it though. I don't think that there's in my opinion, we're doing something historical right here. I can't imagine why I would want to talk about anything else. I really don't. I think that something that what we're doing right here is beyond epic and worthy. So it is time to take a look at our numbers. It's actually past time. So that's probably about the most that I want to talk about it. I'm done. I don't care about it. I really just don't. It's not. I have no interest. And the other part too, though, Savvy, is that I know there's plenty of other people who are talking about it. So I don't see the need to talk about it. I think there's plenty of other people who are covering it and have their opinions. I don't care. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you might want to get it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that's not supposed to be in your account. I've had a couple of problems with it on a couple of occasions, but I've found some workarounds. Nothing that would cause me to stop using it, I don't think yet. But apparently Tony has I think he said 2 days ago that he did a stream there where he talked about it. So if you want to go check that out, that's it might be worth your time. Let's see here. Alrighty, I've got all my information updated for my broker, so I can start taking you guys over to the other page. Let's take a look at what. Oh, my dog just barked. He's outside still. I got to get it back up and go get him, I think. I'll just give him a minute more. I'll get through the numbers and then I'll let him in. He should be fine. All right, let's see what's going on here. Starting in the top left-hand side of the screen, our price predictions for the day yesterday was 14.25. I had 14.25 to 17.25. Eric had 15.20 to 18.20. Keto had 14.13 to 17.13, and Monty had 15.01 to 18.01. Nobody was at risk at not getting a point, so all points around. Let's see here. Points around. We are 2 for 2. Today's going to be an interesting one. I have a feeling we might drop. It'll probably end up being me. We're probably going to drop somebody on points. Short exempt volume. Yesterday, the short exempt volume rose on it nearly doubled. It went from 240 to 448.3. Day over day price increase was a 9.69% increase, which makes it 2 of 3. I'm single-handed typing right now, guys, because I got coffee. I don't want to put my coffee down. I'm going to go ahead and turn the day over day price increase into a yellow. One more day. I only need to see about 2 or 3% increase in price today for me to call it 3 of 3, because then our combined total would be well over 15% over a 3-day period. So that's good enough for me. And that'll give us two out of 3 indicators being green. Heading down to max pain. It was 14 on Monday, 14 on Tuesday. It's got to be 15 by now. It's got to be. In fact, I wouldn't doubt it if it's 15 and a half. I'm gonna guess 15 and a half. That's 15. Max pain on the way up. Price is starting to move up here on AMC. It's starting to take off. We're at 1773 and moving upwards. 1774. It's moving pretty quick here. If I see it move too much faster, I'll probably take you guys over to see it. Let's see here. Moving on to off exchange. Yesterday we had the final totals for the day were 57.99 in the off exchange and 11.53 in the EDGX, giving us a combined total of 69.52. That's very, very nice. It's super high. It's almost 70% for the day. Taking a look at institutional ownership, let's see where we're at here. Institutional ownership was 190.8 million as of yesterday. Not the highest of record, which is 193.811. But 190.8 is kind of one of our more recent highs. It's now 191.169. So institutional ownership on the rise. Taking a look at Ortex data here. Let's give that a refresh. Shares on loan is down to about 135.48, so it dropped by about 7 million shares. 7 million shares at least were returned yesterday. We'll take a closer look at the numbers here in a little bit. The short interest of the free float's at 18.96. We'll take a look at some of these numbers closer here in just a little bit. Utilization, I didn't check that one yet. Let's see. Utilization is indeed showing 100%. And the final date listed is August 2nd, so that's up to date. So we do have 100% utilization. Day number 122, 122 straight days. Moving on to options, our lottery ticket losers down at the bottom of the page at 32. No, they opened up 3 new spots on the options chain, guys. They've got 31, 31 and a half, and 32 now listed for options, with no open interest and no volume yet. But the highest one that we were recording from before was at 30.5, and at 30.5 there's 3.8 thousand contracts yesterday. There's now 4.5 thousand contracts on our lottery ticket losers. Maybe they'll end up being winners, I don't know. Taking a look at open interest, our highest amount of open interest is back up to $20 again. It was down to 17 with 11,000 contracts. It's back up to 20 on the calls with 12.3 thousand contracts. For puts with the highest amount of open interest, that's going to be at $13. Yeah, $13, which is where it was yesterday. There's 4.2 thousand contracts at 13 yesterday. There is now 4.7. And let me move a couple pages around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Alrighty, here's your utilization for 100 and how many days was it? 122 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Zooming in just a tad bit here to see more closer data, or see the data closer up. That's current. There's our on loan amount decreasing from 143.75 to 135.48. So we're talking about 8.3 million. Is that right? 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8.3 million drop in on loan amount. So the question is how much of that was short interest? And the short interest dropped from let's see, we had 19.55 to 18.96. So let's figure out the difference. 0.59. So of that 8 million shares, 4 million. Of that 8.4 million shares that were returned, about 3 million, roughly, about 3 million of it was short interest. That's bullish, in my opinion, because some people would say, well, why is that bullish to see short interest being returned? Nobody wants to have open interest on the books when price starts rising, so they get rid of it, as much of it as they can. So that was 3 million in short interest returned. On loan average age per day rising with the amount of shares that were returned. So that means mainly new shares were the ones that were returned, probably newer short interest, and then also newer loans, but rising by quite a bit, from 56.49 to 59.86. And let's see, security lending volume rising quite a bit yesterday. We went from 10.12 million shares to 19.76, so like a 9 million, almost a doubling of security lending volume yesterday. Failure to delivers today is 8.3. Failure to delivers are lower than the 9.6 from yesterday. It's at 2.8, but of course that's not exactly how many are due today, because you can see over time that the number's falling. But there's probably less pressure to find shares currently than there was. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see, AMC came in 11th. Final numbers for the day yesterday with a 43% buy to 57% sell ratio. And GME is 55% buys at 45% sales. Coming in 23rd. SSR trips today at $15.17. Shares available to borrow this morning. Looks like they borrowed every last one of them. Of the 5.3 million shares that were available, they borrowed all but 200,000 of them. So 5.1 million shares borrowed for the day today. There's a massive amount of shares just borrowed at a 6.9% fee. That's pretty hefty. 5.1. Let's see, anything out of the ETFs? About 50,000 out of the ETFs. 5.15. That's a lot of borrowing. That's a lot. Currently, there's 91.9 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 39.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 44.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 4.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Mixed markets on the other side of the world. FTSE China was down 1.11. Shanghai was down 0.71. Hang Seng was up 0.4. Shenzhen down 1.14. Nifty 50 up a quarter. International up almost a quarter. Mixed markets. Although our futures are looking green for the U.S. markets. Tesla's up in the pre-market 1.89. Amazon is up 0.77. Cinemark is up 2.73. Doge is up 2.01. Bitcoin is up 1.68. GME is up 0.95. HYMC is down 0.95. Hood is up 1.95. NCMI is up 1.21, and AMC is up 3.91. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, we had about a $9 million spread with more outflow than inflow. And so far this morning, we're about 69,000 shares. We're going to have a good volume day today, guys. I said yesterday that we could potentially call yesterday, based off of some of the numbers that I was seeing, we could have said that it was maybe looking close to like being the blow. Let me just check the final numbers here. 1686 and 42573 79% volume. I mean, the the price looks good to me. Like the 9.69% increase in price looks good, but the volume increasing, by only 79% is kind of weak. It's gonna be one of those things where I go back and I look at it in the future and say like, maybe it could have been the start. But based off of how volume is looking currently right now, I have a feeling we're going to have a better volume day today than we did yesterday. And so if we can get at least a doubling, I wonder what that would put that at. Let's say we did 84 million. Just kind of curious what kind of it would be close to 100%. We gotta have I think it's 85 probably. Yeah, 85 million is what we need for a 100% increase. Let's watch for that. Let's watch for 85 million. I don't think, based off of what I'm seeing right now in the volume, I don't think I'm going to be able to predict that high, but I might. It's getting close. It'll really depend on what the 7 a.m. Pokey Stick looks like. Taking a look at the weekly, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure on the Vortex indicator with an RSI of 49.73, which is just about average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.76, which is above average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 81.09, which is signaling overbought and has been signaling overbought since earlier than 10:30, around like 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time yesterday. On a 30-minute interval, we have, let's see, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.52, which is signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.25, which is just slightly above average. And let's take a look at Ichimoto. So on the hourly, this data looks really, really, really good in here. Touching down on the, first off, we've got the lagging line above the price line. We have the conversion line above the base. And obviously price is well above the cloud as it stands right now. Cloud is starting to thicken up here a little bit, which could mean price usually likes to fall through thinner portions. With the price, with the future of the cloud thickening, we either go down tomorrow or on the back side of the cloud. I don't know when. So we'll have to wait and watch and see what's going to happen here. That does kind of make a little bit of sense when we pull out to the 4-hour. I'll show you here in just a minute for it to go down tomorrow. On the 4-hour, we've got the lagging line again above price line. Conversion line is above base, and price is well above the cloud. This is a very strong buy. It has printed a TD9, which means we could see a little bit of a pullback. It's due for a pullback here. Let's look at the Bollinger Bands real quick on this. Climbing all the way up on that Bollinger Band, pretty hefty. But the one thing that was noted was on this 4-hour, we've got this pretty decent looking cup and handle forming. And if you'll notice, like, what I love about this is that maybe I'm using the wrong word here, but the congruity or how well this aligns to the other side, like the mirror image of this pattern is beautiful. I mean, that's like, I can't even think of a better like textbook pattern. So, but in order to complete this, we would need to see this last little run up here to, I don't know, like 8, so anywhere between 18 and 1830. And then I'm expecting a drop back down to at least maybe a third of the way down of the price on this range between 1382 and 1837. I think yesterday when I figured out it was like $16. like a pullback to 16 from 18 down to 16 would be appropriate, and then we could see a potential. I don't know how long it could just be over a day, maybe even 2 days worth of downwards pressure and getting us down to 16, and then a potential takeoff on that. If we look at where the simple moving average is, you can see right now it's at 1526, 1523-ish. Oh no, it's right here, 1522. Us climbing up the backside of this, if we did hit that $18 mark and then started retracing back down to meet up with the simple moving average at the 16 to 17 range, it would be a textbook cup and handle. And it would align with us moving down on an earnings call. So this is shaping up quite nicely. Got about 5 minutes before pokey stick of volume, and I will let you guys know what it's looking like for volume for the day. PC3 says it's like Spaceballs. It went from suck to blow. I mean, I if we're gonna have high volume for the day to day, I would suspect to see price improvement and not so much price decreasing. But if the volume dries up, which we've seen happen quite often, by 10 a.m. This morning, if the volume just completely dries up, watch for price to fall when it does. I feel like I should just give in to the whole HKD crowd. I don't care about it. I really just don't care. And I wouldn't even look to HKD as an example of what could happen with AMC. It's not even close to the same thing. But I'm sure they want you to be conditioned to think that it's going to be the same. Tim says, I have a question, Casey. If they returned 5 million shares and closed out positions, why didn't the utilization drop a little? And the reason for that is that the shares that are supposedly being utilized are still out there in the form of what's called the security lending volume. So I was talking with somebody on Twitter yesterday where he was, like bashing Ortex and stuff like that, and I was just kind of like, yeah, be careful, because I mean it's good data. It tells us what's going on here. And that utilization, those shares, when their security lending volume is out and it's been is being used by somebody, it's counted as utilized, right? They're acknowledging that the volume exists and is being utilized, but it's not part of the normal lending programs. So that's why on loan amount can be different, right? It can be moving up and down, but you have security lending volume that's on the side. I want to say it's like different types of lending. I'm trying to think of like a good analogy. It's like the black market of lending of shares, right? It's probably a really poor analogy. Let me think of something different. It's I know what I'm gonna relate it to. Hold on, I gotta look it up. Because I can never remember the name of the site. What's it called? Offer up. Offer up is like security lending volume, right? Like normally the normal places you would get your shares from is your or where you would go purchase items from. Let's say you're in the market for a I don't know, we'll just say washer and dryer like I was a while back, right? Your normal places to go, you look around for washers and dryers and whatnot. It's the actual like legit place where you would find your washer and dryer. But if you wanted to get maybe a good deal someplace on something that's maybe you don't know what this is not really a good example either. They're not getting a good deal on these shares because they're getting absolutely trashed on the deal that they're getting, but they got to get these shares somehow. So they go to these uh, different firms that will offer these package deals for collateral on short-term loan shares, and those short-term loan shares uh, count against utilization, but they don't show up as being on loan though. They just show up as being security lent volume. And yeah, Novocaine saying and utilization could be over 100%. Yes, it can. It can absolutely be over 100% because all they're doing is they're saying like here's the normal amount of program lent shares, right? And they're saying, okay, are those all lended out? And they're saying yes, but there's still other ways to lend shares as well besides just the normal programs. They're like the off the books kind of records, right? Other institutions who are lending shares through other means that other than the normal programs that they have set up that are seen publicly and reported publicly. But apparently they have to report the security lending volume as well, which is why utilization can be over 100%. American Trader says Pokey Stick. Pokey Stick came in at 185,000 shares, guys. We have over 250,000 in volume. Hold on a second. Let me see what these next 2 minutes were, just so I can subtract them. 8,000 shares from that, so we're looking at 256,000 shares after our Pokey Stick of volume. Our Pokey Stick itself was 185. Let me do some math. Let's see, 185. We had 71,000 shares going into Pokey Stick Minute. So we basically had more. We had a doubling of that number, but it wasn't quite a tripling. 2.5 times. This is a lot of volume, guys. So give me a minute to come up with a volume prediction. It's been a while. I'm gonna get nervous here. Let's see. We're gonna be cool. We're gonna be like a bunch of Fonzies. Cool. Let me just try and figure out what this volume is gonna be. I gotta do some math. Let's see. Two, one. I think I'm gonna go 70-90 on my prediction. I might be on the high side, but let's see, 120. Yeah, I'm gonna go 70-90, 75-95 is what I'm gonna do on the volume prediction. I think there's a chance we could hit 100. with this kind of volume. I might be on the high side, or I might be on the, yeah, I might be on the high side on this. Hmm. It could be more. It could be more like 70, 80, or 70, 90. All right, I'm gonna go back to 70, 90. I don't know. This is a real tough one. It's been a while since we've been up this high in volume, so it's gonna be a little bit of a trick to see how if things are still kind of reacting the same way as they were. I'm gonna go 70, 90 in volume though. I think it's a good range. I might be slightly on the high side, but I'm okay with that for right now. Monty's got 1651 to 1951. Thank you, Monty. No, the pokey stick of volume does not affect level 2. Hey, I hope you're right, Wolf. Tim's going 60 to 80 million. Lightning Bolt 008 says 1 billion volume. Are you putting up your pinky when you hit 1 billion volume? The Wolf of Tanisha is saying 18% up with 120 million volume for today. If we hit those numbers, there would be no question in my mind that we're in the blow. No question. But I still think that there'd be probably a pretty harsh pushback the very following day if that's the case. Adolfo says, I got 2,100 by Friday. Hey, since you're a realtor, Adolfo, let me ask you a question. How are home sales going? And I know it's probably a sensitive subject. I get it. I understand. I'm not trying to poke fun, I promise. But how are home sales down right now where you're at? Please don't tell me where you're from. Just acknowledge whether or not their homes are doing good or not on sales. Oh my gosh, Lost Pro. I'd have to go back and I'd have to look, but if we wanted 1 billion in volume, we would probably have to see pre-market. We would have to see maybe 5 million shares by 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. 5 million would probably do it. Yeah, they're down. Hey man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that because I know that eats into your living wages. That kind of sucks, man. Um, Stay strong out there. I know it's gonna get tough for you guys, but stay strong, man. Let me take a look at something real quick here, guys. I want to try and find Adolfo saying a lot more houses than sellers. And sellers are dropping price to get them sold about 3 weeks average. 3 weeks isn't bad. Uh, my biggest concern, Adolfo, is that people can actually still get loans. I think that if there's a tightening being seen due to the interest rates rising, and banks may be getting a little more uh, tightening, cinching up their belts, so to speak, on who they're willing to give loans to. Uh, I think that's going to put a big stressor on the market in buying homes. Hey, we can get information from multiple realtors. Come on, Alex. 1 to 3 weeks doesn't seem bad. I mean, it does. I mean, it may be a lot worse than what it was, but 1 to 3 weeks is actually. I feel like that's like a pretty fair amount of time. It's more. I think probably once we start seeing like month long or greater, like 4 weeks or more at a minimum to sell a house, that's when we're gonna probably really start seeing some problems. I want to look something up here real quick, guys. There's something that I talked about very briefly yesterday, and I don't think anybody caught on to it because I haven't heard anybody mention it at all or ask anything about it, any questions. But I want to point back to um, when the man I went through all the numbers and put up my glasses and putting my glasses on. Do you guys remember yesterday when I talked about very briefly? I said that there could be an instance where the SEC could shut down the entire markets. Um, I guess what I want to be I want to caution everybody to not be worried or fearful of or anything like that. But do note that there were provisions that were voted on and approved last year that give the SEC the ability to be able to shut down the markets if there's a foreign entity that is manipulating stock market prices. I know with the whole nickel fiasco that occurred in the commodities earlier this year, and now with seeing a bunch of different weird stocks that are just kind of like massively pumping. I wouldn't be surprised that if the SEC does some investigating and finds out that there's something funky going on in the market, that they may do something drastic, especially if they think that there's a cause or reason to believe that there's potential entities out there that are trying to affect market prices. So be on the lookout for that. Don't be afraid when it happens. Just know that they have the power to shut the markets down. And the reason I'm saying part of this is because of the fact that there's a lot of foreign tensions going on right now, and I can imagine a world where something's done about some potential fraud that may be happening in the markets. Dynamite says my daughter just closed on her new house. It went super quick. Way faster than when we bought it in '03. House was on the market for like 4 days. Sounds like you're living in a booming area. I wanna ask where, but I don't say it though. It's good. It's just good to know that there's still some places that are selling homes pretty quickly. I don't, Jana. I've heard some mumbles about it, and I haven't really investigated into it too much about the GME with the stock split dividend. I really haven't dived into it too much since I don't own any GME shares. It's not really an interest to me at this point. But I've read about some people still not having gotten shares yet. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I'm not them. I'm just reading what they're saying. Um, I'm not sure though. I don't have people like reaching out to me and contacting me and telling me specifically. I'm just reading what people are saying in general. Future Whale says, "Did you just say the SEC investigates?" Yeah, I did. Who are they? Yeah, who is they? Who's they? What was I talking about when I was saying it? They probably meaning the SEC shutting down the market. If that's, I'm not sure what I was talking about when I said they. Tano, you're fine. I didn't see anything wrong. You said if they can put the market down when they want, same put the market up. So that means the squeeze will happen when they want. No, no one should be. We are in their hands. Tater tot, let's have a good day. Yo's saying, Jana, there's a little confusion on whether or not it was or was not true splivenend, and brokers are having issues delivering shares. Are you watching Highcroft volume? I was yesterday and the day before. I haven't looked at it this morning. 32.79 thousand shares so far this morning. It doesn't seem huge, but it definitely was up yesterday for sure. I think it was like nearly 8 million yesterday. Grant McKenzie says all the GME trouble with the share distribution could possibly result in a share recall by Ryan. Fingers crossed. James says Casey Shaw, there's always been crime, and Gary Gensler's market hypocrisy is real. Yes. Janice saying my boyfriend was saying they are duplicating the serial number on the new shares, so that gives RC the ability to recall shares with which could start MOASS. I need to restart. Okay. I haven't heard any of this stuff. This is all new news to me. Uh, Yesterday I kind of tuned out everything. I kind of turned off last night. Just one of those kind of days. Some days you feel like continuing to work throughout the day, and then other days you just kind of like, I'm tuning out today. So last night was one of those days where it was kind of like, I'm done. Brains fried. Click. Abby, good morning to you. Recent moves in certain stocks make the market such a casino. I can't wait for AMC and MOASS so that I can may step away. You know what, Abby? I don't blame you. I don't blame you one bit. I've walked away from this market like this. Well, I've walked away from this market twice, but I'm about to walk away from it three times. I have a feeling that this time is going to be a little bit different. The first time I lost really badly. The second time I broke even, and this time I'm hoping that I can change things around. If I walk away from the market completely, which I don't think I'm going to be able to do, but if I do walk away from it completely, I'll probably be back like I was every other time. But I do envision a bear market in the futures, and sometimes it's really difficult to make money in the bear market. But if you look back historically, and this is not financial advice by any means, but historically during recessions, some of the biggest places where there's turnarounds in the market first, energy. Look into some types of energy as possible um, places to be able to make money first. Just throwing that out there because who knows? Maybe you're gonna want to look for something afterwards. Maybe you'll be back. I don't know. I can understand how you feel though. When the rich get or wait, when the rich get frauded, action is taken. Yeah, well, the money has power. Fork says German brokerages are having difficulties fulfilling the stock split dividend for GME. Go figure. Rosalie says, "Good morning, Casey. Do you think AMC will go down after earnings? Read where it would, and this is a trap. I am seeing what I think for me, what I'm seeing for the futures, and let me just kind of back this out to a 4-hour chart for you real quick here. But I think that this pattern looks very familiar as a cup and handle type pattern on the 4-hour, and it spans over a, let's see, 3, 6, 9 day. We're going into day 10 of this pattern, and I mean it's like textbook perfect. I mean, this thing is just like it's like a mirror image on the opposite side. The only thing that we need to do now to complete this pattern would be to run up to somewhere between 18 and 1830 before falling back down at least a third of the price on this cup, having like the handle, the broken handle of the mug, and and then that would actually fall onto earnings day, which would be that, and if that would probably drive us down to around $16. Maybe a little bit lower. It could potentially be like, actually 16 is perfect. $16 is probably about how far back down it would go down. So if we drove up to like 18, imagine it coming back down 16 over like a day or two period of time. But if this pattern completes, then you may have the run up afterwards to newer highs above 18. And if you do the math on this if you do the math on this, let's see, it would probably generate a price bump up to, oh man, I was typing so hard my period came off. 1382. Price maybe hitting somewhere around like $20.64, somewhere around there. Eventually, after we had that price move down to 16. So, and 20 has always been my magic number. It's been one of my magic numbers for a really, really long time. If you look back historically at GME, 20 was a significant number back for GME. 20 was a significant number for us prior to June of last year. And I think 20 is a significant number for us again this time. And some people would probably say, like, well, what about the 34-33 run that we had way back here? What about this? How come nothing happened with this one? Well, I think this was artificial. I really think this was an attempt to try and generate money out of the derivatives, and I think they ran this rate back down as soon as they possibly could. I mean, it didn't take very long to get this back down. And all they straight drop from 34.33 all the way down to 970. I mean, this is massive. That's a massive drop, and there wasn't like any. I wouldn't call there any breaks in here. Maybe a little bit of a break where there might have been a small push up here, but this was a hard push straight back down, and I don't know. I don't think we were ready to run yet. Let's see. Future Whale says, I'm here and have been here since 2014 trying to get redemption for the money they stole from my grandmother in 2000 and my father in 2008. I'm glad y'all are fighting too. Yeah, man. I was a part of both 2000 and 2008. Well, it was more like, well, the starting of the losses was in 2000 and 2008, but it felt like it was like the years after. That's when that started, I guess. But yeah, I'm here. I'm here to collect on those too, man. I'm here to come. I'm back for my money. I want it back, and I want to collect on my parents' money. I'm gonna collect on my grandparents' money. I'm here too. Rose says, "Glad I spotted the cup yesterday and called it out." I am too. I think it's playing out quite nicely. Good call out. It was not a good call out. It was a great. Don't have a good call out. Have a great call out. If you're gonna do anything, do it great. I used to when I used to go skiing, I always would like go. I would always go balls to the wall on skiing because I always kind of felt like if you're gonna crash and wipe out while you're skiing, you might as well do it big instead of just uh, like can you imagine like breaking your arm or your leg on a bunny slope? You know, like you maybe hit like a little ice patch and your leg slips or something, you fall down, you break your wrist, and you're just kind of like, oh, that was stupid. Like if you're gonna break your wrist, like break it on a double black diamond, jumping off of like a 30-foot rock ledge or something. Break it, do it well. Break your hand really good. Good morning, MB. Man, you guys are gonna you're pushing my buttons today with the whole HKD crap. You're killing me. Forrest, it's a good thing I've had my coffee this morning. If I hadn't had my coffee, I don't know. My wife's waving at me over the side like Forrest Gump over here. Oh, since she goes, wait, what did you say? You say that again? She's making fun of my period comment earlier when I said I lost my period. She said she laughed so hard in the car when I said I lost my period. I was typing so hard I lost my period. It's good when you can still make your wife laugh. That's a good thing. Yo says Sonny Bono tried that. Casey didn't work too well for him. Yeah, well, he's not me. Wait, hold on a second. Future Will says at least you're on ice. Yeah, right. I mean, if you're gonna break your wrist, you already got the ice right there. It's good to go. I'm MCon. I feel like I'm gonna be off on volume. It's been a while since we've seen volume this high. But I made the prediction of 70 to 90 for the day today. I have a feeling it's gonna be I don't know. I think there's a good chance that it could be more volume, but if they try really hard to drive down volume throughout the day, then it may be way off. But uh, it might be I don't know. I'm guessing 70 90. I'm just sticking to it. 70 to 90. Tater Tot says I broke my wrist running first to third on a hit to right field. The only time I forgot my cleats. Oh man. Rose says, "Yep, but you did numbers without your glasses." That's right. I was like leaning in the whole time, like looking at the screens like really closely, and I was trying to. And it's really funny to me when I forget them, Ro, because like I lean in. I notice I lean in closer, but then I'm sitting there in my head going like, "Why am I so close to the computer screen?" And I don't even think about the fact that my glasses aren't on. But you know what the worst is? Because I'm kind of I say I'm new to wearing glasses, but it's really been like I don't know 3 years or so. Um, but I really feel like it's really weird for me to wear the glasses because like as soon as I started wearing them, I started dreaming with frames. Like legit in my dreams, I started having frames in my dreams, and I didn't like that. I thought that was like messed up. I was like, I didn't like having my dreams framed. I liked having like full vision in my dreams. I was like, why do I have to have glasses in my dreams? This is stupid. What are dreams for, anyways? Stupid dreams. Who needs sleep? Hope for Generation 57. Casey, what is the deal, pickles? I'm not sure what that means. Is that a saying? You know what, David? You're right. And it wasn't that I was embarrassing just you. I was doing to everybody yesterday. Um, I know what you're saying, David. I'm trying not to let people get on my nerves today. No, bring it over. I'll take the last swig of coffee. It's Drink Wednesday, guys. And the wife is here with the drink. Drink. Cheers. What are we toasting to? A nice green day? All right. I love you. Cheers. I'm trying to be David, I'm trying to be kinder today, I guess, about the whole thing. I don't know. Ah, yes, Jana says, I view Casey as like the jester. The jester that sings and frolics along as everybody's ready to go into war, cheering up the team. I'll do my part. I'll do my part, Jana, the best I can. And I'll have an epic story to tell when it's all over. I think it'll be an epic, epic story. Yo says first he breathes in and out while talking, now he's dreaming with frames. Casey's an alien. I'm supposed to say what's the dill pickle? I'll say I didn't know that. Sorry. David, it wasn't uncalled for. I felt like there was a very good reason why I was doing what I was doing yesterday. I'm sorry if you didn't like it, but I do have a rule on the channel. But I'll tell you what, though, just so you feel better, I'll start deleting any further mentions going forward of HKD or any other tickers. Keto's coming in with 1613 to 1913. Thank you, Keto. But you weren't the only one who got it yesterday, David. A lot of people did. I deleted a lot of messages. Future Will says, would it benefit China to kick off our MOASS? It may not benefit them to kick off our MOASS, but it could potentially benefit them to hurt the marketplace in general. Casey, did you read an article about 9 million missing AMC failure to delivers? I have not. I have not read an article about it, but let me pull up the AMC articles, and after I do that, I'm gonna probably take a break here in just a minute. Most of the articles here is talking about the closing down of an AMC movie theater on DuPont Road, which of course they want to make it look like They're closing down AMC theaters for bad reasons, of course. Let's see, 18 hours ago, what's going on with AMC stock? IMAX chief says movie theater business is smoking. I would assume that he said it like Jim Carrey, smoking. What that could mean for upcoming AMC Cinemark year. You love me. You really love me. If you guys haven't seen Mask, go watch it. It's funny. I'm not seeing anything here in the news, so I'm assuming that it's probably something that's going to be more related to like an article on Twitter or perhaps DD that was done perhaps on Reddit or something like that. I'll take a look around for it while I'm on break. Carl, I think everything looks good to me. I like it. I like what's happening with their numbers. I know it's not what we want to see yet, but it looks good to me though. BioLife Hem says Casey's the monk in Robin Hood, Men of Thieves, sitting and pulling the cart, getting drunk, and talking about AMC when we go to MOASS and celebrate all the alcohol is gone from the car. Friar Casey, that's not bad. I like it. I'll take it. Why not? Friar Casey. But Donkey Kong, you're pushing hard for it. That's my synthetic wrench. Well, see, so here's the deal, yo. In case you haven't heard before, my wife works night shift, so this is technically her her night. So, and in our industry, a lot of people will go and um, go to the bar on their last day of work in the morning. Believe it or not, there are bars that are open on the mornings, and they usually have a drink. So she comes home and shares a drink with me on her. We call it Drinky Drink Wednesday, since it's her first day off. So it's unusual, but it happens. Pumpy, how's the dog doing? Okay, Z-Man says failure delivers in July was 8 million. Now it's 200,000. So there, yeah. So the numbers have been decreasing quite a bit in failure to delivers, and um, I think, well, I really believe I'd have to show you guys this. It's kind of one of these things where if I just say trust me, bro, you guys are gonna be like, yeah, right, show me the numbers. But I did some calculations the other day when I was talking to Pantheon. I was showing them something, and there was actually a return in security lending volume when on loan amount started heading up this last time. So I believe that there's a chance that they were using security lending volume to replace or replenish or pay down some of those failure to delivers um, that had stacked up to as high as 9 million shares. So those numbers dropped, but the amount of shares that are on loan and in security lending are still really high, as you can tell, because we still have 100% utilization. Yes, Fork says Hood cut 23% of the jobs after earnings yesterday. I heard about that. Not looking good. However, they're up in the pre-market 2.6%. Yo says still cracks me up. Weed ain't legal, but failure to delivers are. Yeah, there's a lot of messed up stuff, yo. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break. Doge Colt saying, everybody hold the line. We're going to be cool. We're going to be like a bunch of Fonzies. See, Dino Mike knows what it's all about. It's kind of weird to know that bars open at 7 a.m. Isn't that kind of weird? Hold on a second here. I'm going to pull up the message and then I'm going to put some music on for you guys before I go. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to head out here. I will see you guys in a little bit.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
All right, I'm back. All right, where are we heading here? The VIX is down and the futures should be up. They were last time I checked. Let me just check and see. Futures looking pretty good for the market right now. About 0.5% to 1% on most of the markets, most of the exchanges. Let's see here. I'm gonna go with 16.19. Jarm says, heading for the moon, brother. Let's go. MG Toast saying it's the worst. I feel like there's like a divide on the music. I feel like some people really love it and some people hate it. I could change it up. 788 says, I listened to a space call with Terrible. Lou said, I never asked for money to anyone. No super chat, no nothing. How can I help if I ask money to the people I am helping? I want to have integrity. I feel like, well, I don't want to get into the whole like, monetization thing, but I mean, you do have to purposefully set things up to get money out of YouTube. So anybody who's claiming that they didn't, that they're not asking for super chats, had to go through some steps to set that up. So it is what it is. I truly and honestly believe 788 that I'm in a very unique position and that I don't expect that everybody can do what it is that I'm doing. But I would also suggest that people are putting in a lot of hard time and hard work in what it is that they're doing. I'm not suggesting everybody, but I think that there are a lot of content creators out there who are putting in a lot of time and hard work, and they deserve to get paid for that time and work that they're putting in. If people are enjoying that information and people want to pay them money, then that's their choice. That's between them and the people. I don't know. Yeah, I know, Ryan. That's what I say every single day. So, anyways, I got my price prediction in here. I know Eric was still debating it. Him and I were kind of talking a little bit back and forth in text messages. We'll see what he ends up putting in for his final. Sammy Boy says, "Are you retired, Casey?" It feels like it sometimes, but not really. There may come a point in time where I have to go back to work. Hey, thanks 788. Appreciate it, man. Hopefully you guys get something out of it. Watcher 2000. I've worked in the semiconductor industry since 1998. First got into the industry working for a company called, at the time it was called Hyundai, and then later it turned into Hynix. And I'm sure you've heard of the car Hyundai before. It's the same company. They make computer chips. Their chip division though branched off. They had some legal issues and had to branch off their semiconductor chip making portion and turned it into Hynix, Hynix, and that's where I started my career, was working for Hynix. Um, the interesting thing about uh, Hyundai slash Hynix and Samsung is that Hynix is kind of the sister company to Samsung. In Korea, South Korea, Samsung and Hynix have strong ties, and they work kind of together a little bit. Yeah, it's a South Korean company. And I started working in the industry back in 1998, and I started manufacturing. And within I think it was like less than a year and a half or so, about a year and a half, maybe 2 years, I moved it from manufacturing to process, and I've worked process the rest of my life after that. I had to go back to manufacturing one time. Sometimes it's kind of weird when you're an engineering technician. You don't have the 4-year degree that you need to have to be an engineer. And so sometimes when you move from one company to the next, you have to go back to manufacturing for a while because they want you to learn the tool sets that you're working on there for a little bit first, and then they move you into a higher position that's in engineering. So I've had times where I've gone back to manufacturing for a little bit and then moved up from there back into engineering. But most of it's been as an engineering technician in the semiconductor field. No, it wasn't also Kia. No. But I tell you what, it's for me, it's an exciting field to work in, and there's there's I have seen things in my life that not many people have seen, and it's quite incredible to be working on the cutting edge of technology, um, working about around automated systems that are truly and honestly next generation type stuff that you just never see anywhere else. You don't see that kind of automation anywhere else you can work. Is impressive. I'm talking like straight up like robots literally driving around places and moving things around, and like you're working amongst R2D2s. That sounds really weird, but that's what it feels like. It feels like you're working around R2D2s all over the place, and it's some pretty crazy stuff. Most of the plants that I worked at didn't have floor robots, but when I did, they sent me out to South Korea. South Korea has different labor laws out there that don't require or don't have stimulations. That's not the word. Stipulations that require that they have X amount of manufacturing working the floor so they can use robotics to move stuff around. And so there's a lot more robotics in South Korea than there are here in the U.S. But still, some of the stuff that I have seen is like straight up makes you feel like you're living in a different time era. I mean, it's so far advanced, and and you kind of take it for granted for after a while. I mean, you just kind of get used to everything that's around you, and I don't know, you forget how cool it is, and then and then sometimes something will happen and you have like a different perspective, or you walk in and you sit back and you just look at the robotics that are working around you, like, holy crap, this is like next level stuff here. You start looking at machines and tools and you say, like, what came first? the chips that made that, or the chips that are smaller and making the new devices in the future? It's just really kind of weird stuff. I have been trading since, well, I've been in the stock market since 1998 when I first got into the semiconductor industry, but I didn't really start trading outside of a 401k until about 2000. We got about a minute more here before the market opens, or before I have to start the intro for the market open. I think one of my most favorite things was moving to one of the most automated fabs that I've ever worked in before, here in Texas, where they have much less of a manufacturing presence and more of an automated system. And one of the things that in my job in the past, it used to be to fix human errors. Like 80% of my job was fixing human error. And when you have an automated system, you become the error. So sometimes 30 or 40% of your job becomes fixing your own inability to keep up with automated systems. It's really kind of it's a different kind of job. But it's time to get this day started here, guys. So let's open up this market together. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Don't know where it goes, but it's home to me, and I walk alone. I walk this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps and I'm the only one, and I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk up. My shadow's the only one that walks beside me. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone up there will find me. Till then I walk alone. I'm walking down the line that divides me somewhere in my mind, on the borderline of the edge and where I walk alone. Read between the lines, what's stuffed up and everything's alright. Check my vital signs and know I'm still alive, and I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk up. My shadow's the only one that walks beside me. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone up there will find me. Till then I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone. I walk this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps and I'm the only one, and I walk up. My shadow's the only one that walks beside me. My shallow heart's the only thing that's beating. Sometimes I wish someone up there will find me. Till then I walk alone.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning, guys. Good morning to you. You know, I forgot. I forgot to log down the high price that we made it up to in the pre-market, which was 1782. I've got to mark that down as the new high. That is 28.9% up from the 1382 that we had previously hit. So we are up 1782 was the top. One other thing that I need to do here is I need to mark off the SSR trigger price at 1517. So let me do that. And then I need to figure out what synthetic price failure would equate. I'm going to look up the 19.5% failure from the high of 1782. I'm going to look up the 20% failure and the 21.5% failure from that price. So 1782. Which puts us at 1434. The white line is going to go to 20% down from 1782, which is 1425. And this is going to turn into a red line. This is going to be 21.5% down. Which would be 1398. And let's see what you guys are saying in here. Javi the Great, good morning to you. Good to see you this morning. In case you guys didn't see, Adam Aaron has a couple new tweets out. I found those on my break this morning as I was kind of looking through everything. Let's check out and see what it is that he's got to say here. He had actually quite a few posts this morning. 2 hours ago is the most recent one, but the oldest one was 7 hours ago. Somebody was up late last night. Adam Aaron was up way late last night if he's posting at 7 a.m. Or sorry, 1 a.m. rather. Bullet Train starring Brad Pitt and Sandra Bullock is a really fun movie exclusively for AMC Stubs members, including all A-List and Investor Connect members. See it by August 7th at one of AMC's 185 IMAX theaters across the U.S. Get a Bullet Train NFT free with our compliments. 6 hours ago, he posted, I agree with you 100%. Well, let me read what he agreed to. Mark Bailey says, time to start offering your international investors something. We're all here supporting and helping the company as well. To which Adam Aaron said, I agree with you 100%. We have 8 different brand names across Europe and the Middle East. Our IT systems vary country by country. That makes making global offers difficult. But we need to honor international guests and shareholders with intriguing offers too. We are working on it. And his most current one, he responding to Jubin, I'm not sure how to say it, somebody I'm not following. Friendly reminder, we own the float, we own the company, we own AMC. Be proud that you played a part in saving this company. Haters gonna hate, but we know we are on the right side of history. And then Adam Mayer said, Jubbin, I'm gonna go with Jubbin. Jubbin was very kind to send me this TikTok with edits from my 2021 CNBC interview about the ascension of retail investors who have invested in AMC. I hope many of these investors will join our Q2 2022 quarterly earnings live webcast at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursday, August 4th, which will be 4 p.m. my time, which is after the show ends. So I will not be streaming the quarterly meeting. I thought for some reason it was going to be at 2:30 my time, but sounding like it's going to be more like 4, and I usually end the live stream at 3 my time. So I will not be airing this. I know that there's going to be other people out there who are. I will excitedly be listening to what's going on there. I also found out that I think it's at, let's see here. Let me go back to Discord. Pantheon sent out a link to the upcoming video with the Hycroft Mining CEO, Dr. Diane Garrett interview with breaking news. The video is not going to be ready for, I think, another 30 hours or so. Let me give you guys the link, though, in case you want to see it. I'll actually pin it up. Junito, good morning to you. Remtax says, I love you all, family, and you as well, Casey Shaw. I'm starting a power washing job so I can get some more dry powder. I will be in and out, but I'm here listening and in heart and thought as well. Remtaco, go get him, man. I hope your doctor's appointment was good the other day. Sammy, good morning to you. So again, a synthetic price failure can occur any time, guys. We've kind of moved into that period of time to where we could potentially see a synthetic price failure happen any given time. So, and that usually consists of a failure in price to somewhere up to at least 19.5%. So just remember that once we've moved into that kind of that range to where they could potentially drop price at any given moment, just be on the lookout. Wait for it to happen, because it more than likely will at some point. Pebbles, you're welcome, man. No homo. Love you too. Ray Mill, good morning. I pulled up. When I was watching the order book earlier this morning. You guys could probably rewind back to the moment when I did it. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but there was like a 30 or 40,000 share order that was showing up in the order book, and it immediately went up to the very top of the ask and disappeared almost instantly, like it was all purchased, instantaneous. And I really quickly pulled up the time and sales, and it did not look like the full. It looked like spoofing to me. I did not see 40,000 shares worth of orders go through when that order completed. So it was kind of odd to watch have happen. You can see, look, this order book is just absolutely flying right now. Orders are just absolutely just ripping through this thing. We're up to 6.98 million shares having been traded after 15 minutes. 7 million shares. This could very easily put us at 14 million by the time 30 minutes of trading have transpired. Let's guess on like 12. Let's guess on 13 million. 13 million by our first check in the numbers. So after a half hour trading, let's see what kind of pace that would be, just out of curiosity. That would be a pace for 169 million shares for the day. Nice. It's a lot. That's a lot. It's pretty high. That'll obviously come down as the morning goes through. Volatility is still pretty high. The Bollinger Bands are not tightening as of yet. They are getting a little bit closer, but still a lot of volatility. I had to postpone the appointment. That sucks, man. That really sucks. So Adam Aaron having those three tweets in one single morning. I think what's kind of crazy to me though is that one of the tweets was, I guess two of the tweets are showing 7 hours ago, and then the most recent tweets showing 2 hours ago. So what did he get, like 5 hours of sleep? Did he put in 5 hours of sleep and then wake up and then decide to post another post? I don't know, man. Adam might be working on low sleep right now. Miss Tahiti says I have COVID. It kicked my ass. That sucks. I'm not a doctor, Miss Tahiti, but I'll tell you a couple of things that worked really well for me. Stay off your back when you're sleeping. Try to get up as often as you can to walk around. Like force yourself to get up and walk around for maybe like, even if it's just 5 minutes every 2 hours would be good. And then the other thing is, what is it? There's a couple different vitamins. Let me look them up real quick. I always forget what they are. It's like you start at like C. There it is. Yep. Vitamin C, D, zinc, elderberry. Yeah, those are all good things. Here, I'll put it up here. This is what's being listed here. Vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc, elderberry. I can't even say that next one. Enchantia and I don't know what that is. And probiotics. I don't know what that last one is there, but there's a couple different. I know there's lots of places where you can buy supplements, and there's some good COVID supplements out there that'll help you get through it. Pebbles, I don't think so. No. So if you looked at the amount of volume that occurred on that yesterday, the answer is no. It doesn't prove that. Yeah, you're welcome. Obviously, I'm not a doctor. He's drunk. I'm not drunk. I've barely finished like a third of my drink here. Um, Hang in there though, Miss Tahiti. Hang in there. OP Dexter says, "What does it mean to exercise your option call?" What it means is that your option is in the money and that you want to buy the shares at the price that you set your strike for. So if you originally purchased a strike price of, I don't know, just make something up and say $17. If you purchase your options for a strike of 17 and you're in the money currently, you can exercise your options, which means one option contract would be worth 100 shares. So you'd be buying 100 shares at $17 a share. That's what it means to exercise it. So, and that would cost you, I don't even know why I'm putting this in, I'm like doing the math. It would cost you $1,700. Just add two zeros to the end of it, Casey. Duh. Yeah, it costs you $1,700 at a $17 strike price to exercise one contract, because one contract equals 100 shares. But that's what it means to exercise. I will say this, since somebody who put that in there. Uh, who asked that question? Why am I not seeing it? Oh, OP Dexter. OP Dexter, I am not an options expert by any means. I know a lot about options and I understand how they work, but I'm by far not an options expert. So I can tell you what it means, but um, I can give you simple answers to questions. But there's far better people out there who can explain options way better than I can. Echinacea. Thank you, Z Wade. I appreciate it, man. Echinacea. Of course, when you spell it out the way that you do, I can read it just fine. Echinacea, and I've heard the word before, so I know what it is. Looking at it the way it's written there, that doesn't look like echinacea to me. Euthanasia. What's euthanasia? It's kids over in China. Oh, Cole saying I think he may be referring to Adam Aaron being drunk posting so weird. Okay, well, those are pretty good posts considering the fact that he may have been drunk. Ray, good morning to you. Okay, Sammy, I got you. You know what? I have a feeling Adam Aaron may not be much of a drinker. I don't know. I'm kind of guessing here. I'm going out on a limb and guessing he may drink a little, but maybe I think he probably holds back a little bit too. That dude says, is it the exact almost that you won from the option, which is cheaper to exercise or take profit? Is it the exact almost the Oh, I think I understand what you're saying. I'm gonna take a little bit of privilege here in trying to determine what it is you said right there, that dude. But I feel like what you're trying to say is if you the amount that you're going to make is going to be roughly about the same that it would cost you to exercise the option, which is cheaper to exercise or take the profit. Um, I don't know that there's necessarily cheaper. Say for example you can profit $1,700 off of it, right? But it's going to cost you $1,700 to buy the contract. Um, it's your choice, man. It really is your choice. I think it's pretty obvious which one's the way to go, but I can't give you financial advice though. I mean, if you get to walk away with $1,700 in your pocket, if you can sell it for that much versus buying the shares. Now, what I will say is this: you want to talk about causing a gamma squeeze? Exercising the options will help to cause a gamma squeeze because it forces market makers to deliver on the shares. So if you want to apply pressure or stress on the market to provide you the shares that you were owed, then that exercising would cause that to happen. Having them deliver you money has stress, but more than likely you probably are losing. They probably can make that back the money a lot easier than they can provide the shares. So there's that. DI has a song titled Youth in Asia. American Trader says Fidelity just tried to tell me I owe them money on my cash account, which has a good chunk of cash for dry powder just sitting there. Called and I got it straightened out. That's good, man. Don't ever let these guys push you around. Gus says I can drink like a goldfish. I don't even know what that means, but I guess it's pretty constant. Yo says he's a CEO. It's earnings week. He ain't sleeping. That may be very true. So Yishin says take profit. It's better and wait for the price drop and buy with the profit. Um, it's I'm so torn on what I can say and what I can't say here. I want to say things that I can't say. But Yishin's not wrong though. Yishin's not wrong as far as taking profit does seem like the obvious answer. But it depends. It depends on what it is you're trying to. It depends on what you're trying to achieve. Brian says, "I bet he slams down screwdrivers like there's no tomorrow." I don't know, man. I don't know if you know this or not, but I think Adam Air might be a vegan. And I'm not saying that being a vegan means you don't drink, but I tend to think that he might actually be. I think he's probably had less drinks now than he has had in the past. And I'm only saying that because I met him in person, and I don't know. I'm certain. I'm leaning towards that he probably doesn't drink like he used to if he drinks at all. Adam Webb says San Diego, Charlotte, Raleigh, Boston, or Chicago. Which do I move to post MOASS? I can probably only comment on San Diego, Chicago. Boston's all right. I don't know if I can really comment on Boston or Raleigh or Charlotte, but I'll definitely make comments on San Diego and Chicago. San Diego, constant weather, year round, same thing, never changes. Sounds really fun and cool. You can go to the beach anytime you want to. You can have a good time year round, but you get no seasonal changes. Nothing. It's always the same thing all the time, never changes. So if you like that, and you're down with constant 70 something degree, 80-degree weather, cool. That's great. It'll be perfect for you. You'll love it. You'll never have. There'll be tons of time out of the year to be able to do things. If you want seasonal changes, San Diego is not for you. Chicago, man, don't even. Chicago, just wipe it right off your list. Like, there's nothing. I don't know, man. There's probably people who are listening that are from Chicago that are going like, dude, this place rocks, man. It's like I would say that if there's anybody that's from Chicago that's saying that, they probably haven't been outside Chicago in their entire life. I don't think Chicago's the place to go at all. Um, as far as the other ones go, I don't know, man. I may have passed. I know I've passed through at least Boston, um, which I really didn't get as much. I didn't get a whole lot of exposure there, but it's an okay place. As I like to refer to it in, gosh, I can't think of the name of this song. Led Zeppelin, as Led Zeppelin likes to say, Chicago. Uh, I think it gets its name for a reason. If you ever listen to them, that's how I feel like they say it in the song. Garrett says, "How did you change? How did you change, and what did you change your order flow distribution widget? I'm new to Weeble and I can't figure it out. How did you order flow distribution? This section right here. I think I know what it is you're talking about, and I just kind of moved. Man, I know what it is that you're trying to ask. I think when it comes to order flow distribution, I think you can right click on it. Um, hmm. I'm trying to remember how I did it. Well, in regards to moving things around, when you click on it and drag it, you should get arrows that show up on the screen, and then You can move it around accordingly. Wait for the blue lines to show up. When you see blue lines show up, that's where it's going to move it to. And I just kind of resized everything so that it would fit the way that I wanted to have it set up. And but I'm trying to remember. I think it might be under all widgets. And if you go in there, maybe under order flow distribution is probably going to be on time and sales, maybe. No. There it is. Order flow, maybe. Yeah, order flow. It's under stocks, and it's the first one. It's called order flow. And you can just add the widget. And once you add the widget, you can just resize them. Not moving. Oh, your numbers are different. So okay, so that's one thing you need to know about order flow is it only refreshes when you refresh, right? So you got to refresh the screen down on the bottom right hand side. I'll take away my camera and my down on this very bottom right hand side down here. There's a little refresh button down here. If you click on that refresh button, I don't know if I think you should be able to see where my mouse is. It's like right here and it's moving down. When you hit refresh, those numbers will change. You'll get yesterday's number. These right now, what you're looking at is yesterday's numbers, I believe. I don't know that I've refreshed yet today, so this order flow distribution is from yesterday. You've probably been looking at like different stocks or whatever, and then every time you move from one stock to another and you come back, it'll change the order flow distribution and update it. Yeah, what Yishin's saying right here is very, very true. Oh yeah, Dynamite says 22% taxes. I think taxes are really high in California, so that kind of sucks. That is a downside. Housing prices are expensive. Yishin is saying, and for realistic people, buy 50 to 100 options per price, which is what you need to have the cash to exercise the options if market makers assign you the shares. So at this price, yeah, he's got a good point there. You got to make sure you have the money. If you don't have the money to exercise, then you best be collecting on the cash. Don't even hesitate because if you don't have the money, all you're doing is just wasting it. It's just going to go to waste. You're not going to get anything. You've wasted your premiums that you paid for the option, and you get nothing. You get nothing. Nothing. Good day, sir. So as soon as I update my numbers here, Garrett, you're going to see that that it's going to change here, and it is time to take a look. So let's look at these songs. Hyante song is saying numbers, please. Let's take a look at the numbers, guys. Let's honor the hourly time schedule here. I really need to get this order book out here so you guys can see, or the dashboard out so you guys can see this stuff. All right, let me see where we're at here. I got to log into my broker real quick. Two-factor authentication, guys, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It may help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. If you don't like it, turn it off. Test it out, see if it works for you. See if you can't get some kind of problems to occur, and maybe we can iron out those problems before it comes time to really needing that two-factor authentication when it comes time to MOASS. I'm taking you guys to the other page. If I haven't read what it is that you've been saying, then I probably won't get to it. So hold those thoughts for just a few minutes while I cover these numbers. But let me move over a couple more screens here and we'll take a look at everything. I already know that there's going to be something interesting to see on Stonko Tracker here in just a few minutes. We'll take a look at it though. And let's see, let's move just this one. All right. Quick rundown on everything since this is our first run through since market open. Starting on the top left-hand side of the screen, price prediction tally points. All four of us have two out of 2 days predicted and correct price predictions. For the day-to-day, we all have pretty close price predictions. I have 16 to 19. Eric has 16 to 19. Keto has 1613 to 1913, and Monty has 1651 to 1951. These are just price predictions on four guys who are just trying to bet on beers and ice cream. Don't take this as financial advice, guys. It's not what it's meant for. Taking a look at short exempt volume, that was up quite a bit, almost double what it was day over day to 448.3 thousand in short exempt volume. Utilization, day number 122 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Day over day price increase was a 9.69% increase in price, which makes it 2 out of 3 days, being over 5%, putting us at a total for 2-day span at about 14, just a little over 14%, maybe close to 15%. Tomorrow, or today, I should say, we only need like 1 or 2%. I said 3 earlier, I think. We only need like 1 or 2% up today, and I would consider it a 3 out of 3 because we'd be 15% over a 3-day span. So I don't need to see too much upwards movement today to turn that into a green indicator. Max pain for the day today is $15. It jumped up from 14 from the past 2 days to 15. Off exchange, let's take a look at the numbers here. Off exchange 51.97 and 15.85. There's a lot of volume moving through options right now. Tons and tons of volume. 15.85% of our volume moving through those options. The grand total between those two numbers is 67.82% through those two exchanges of our volume. It's a lot. Not as high as we've been seeing though. Taking a look at institutional ownership, we are a little bit on a run here. We're getting some 13Fs that are coming in, boosting us up by quite a bit to 191.1 million shares owned by institutions. Just refresh it, and it looks like it's the same number as earlier. So no change from earlier this morning. Taking a look at Ortex data here. So far for the day today, we have a return of about 500,000 shares. Cost of our average is at 9.75. Max is at 12.79 and min at 8.6. Shares on loan is 135.48 million, which is down by about 8.4 million shares day over day. That's going to have the effect of lowering our short share interest of the free float percentage to 18.91%. We'll take a look at those numbers here more closely in just a minute, but let's take a look at the options fast, real quick. Highest amount of volume. Since we have so much volume moving through the EDGX, I would assume that this volume is pretty high today. And actually, it's not that bad. So it seems kind of normal, actually. I mean, it's a little bit elevated, but not too much. Highest amount of volume for the call strike price is at $17.50, which is up 50 cents from yesterday. And in total right now, we have about 5.7 thousand contracts. Somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 is what I would expect to be like a normal day. So it's a little elevated, but not too much. On the puts, at a $15 strike price, which is down $1 from what it was yesterday, there's currently 1,700 1.7 contracts, 1,000 contracts, giving us a ratio of about 4-to-1, roughly, in call versus put volume, and the market signaling for a closing price somewhere between 15 and 17.50. Taking a look at Ortux, 122 straight days of utilization looks like this. Shares on loan. There's our dip right there of 8.4 million shares from 143.75 million shares to 135.48. Of that, the short interest that it dropped by, estimated, was from 19.55 down to 18.96. So when I did the math on that, that kind of translated to about 3 million shares of that 8.4 million was short interest, estimated. So we'll find out the numbers more in about a month from now, but currently the estimation is about 3 million of it was short interest. On loan average age per day, when on loan amounts dip, usually this number should dip with it. It didn't. It went up. What does that mean? That means that they got rid of some of the newer loans. Out of the 8.4 million shares that were returned in loans and short interest, most of it was all new, because we can tell because our on loan average age per day absolutely ripped. So it went from 56.49 to 59.86. Somebody's afraid of the price moving upwards, and so they exited their positions. Security lending volume almost doubled day over day, from 10.12 million to 19.76. And we are not on any threshold lists currently. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently 13th with a 50-50 buy to sell ratio. GME is coming in 21st with a 52% buy to 48% sell ratio. Dang. Look at this. Look at this. I mean, I'm just throwing this out here because it's like so much red. Medtronic PLC, I don't know what this is, but look at that. I mean, it's very rare to see something that high. That is a true sell-off right there. That is a true sell-off when it's 97% sales and 3% buys. Somebody's selling. Yeah, there's some people selling. That is nasty looking right there. That is super, super nasty. Ugh. That's like a cold, wet loofah right there. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day, guys, is $15.17. Shares available to borrow. I don't see there. Looks like they I missed it. So they borrowed almost all of the 5.3 million shares that were there this morning. And then, oh no, yeah, actually I didn't miss it. It's here. Here's the 5.3 million. They borrowed almost all of them. They returned 50,000 shares, reloaned out those 50,000 shares. In the ETFs, looks like they haven't. They did borrow like another 1,000 shares, but I only count 50,000 or greater. So it looks like there's an additional 50,000 shares that were borrowed from earlier this morning. So we're at 5.2 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning. When the fees were 6.9, it's now down to 6.8 for fees right now for loaning. Out of the money calls, we have 74.2 thousand contracts with 57.4 thousand contracts in the money. 47,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 1.74, Dow Jones is up 0.75, and the S&P 500 is up 1.02. We currently have 4,422 advancers to 2,249 decliners. The VIX is down 5.14, VTI is up 1.05, IWD is up 0.68. For those of you who don't know what VTI is and IWD, those are Vanguard and BlackRock most heavily traded ETFs. So when those are going up, we probably should be going up with them. Tesla is up 1.74, Amazon is up 3.14, Cinemark is up 1.06, Doge is up 2.43, Bitcoin is up 1.87, GameStop is up 5.86, HYMC is up 2.24, Hood is up 16.14, NCMI is up 3.33, and AMC is up 5.31. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $10 million more in outflow than inflow, and volume of 11.68 million shares for the day today. That's lower than what I was anticipating earlier. So let's see, we're 44 minutes into trading, putting us at 103.7 million shares traded for the day-to-day pace. That's obviously going to come down. I suggested somewhere between 70 and 90 million shares traded for the day-to-day. So we'll see if I got it right. I originally went 70.90, tried to change it to 75.95, and then said no, it might be a little bit on the high side even at 70.90. So I kind of lowered the estimate back down to 70.90. Hopefully I can get this volume prediction right today. We did have a little bit more volume in the pre-market than we're used to seeing. On the weekly, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure on the Vortex indicator with an RSI 1.62, which is just slightly above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.06, which is above average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 75.7, signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.75, signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.91, which is above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud on the hourly, we're hitting this. We've got the lagging line above price line. We have conversion above base. This is one of the first signs where a swing/day trader would say like, questionable. Maybe it's time to exit my position. They probably got in somewhere on the drive up over here at $16, and they may be looking at this as first warning signs to possibly exit their positions. We are on the top side of a thin portion of the cloud both today and tomorrow, where we could see a potential drive back down through the cloud. But let's take a look at the 4-hour and see what the 4-hour has to produce. The 4-hour is very strong here. We have a lagging line that is well above the price line. We have conversion line above base, and we have price well above all of that, especially the cloud itself. So there is a lot of the longer term outlook on this is much more bullish. And I don't see any green cloud yet. So that's actually kind of this is actually really bullish looking. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Out of curiosity, Garrett, are you still seeing this different numbers than I am now that I've refreshed? I did not notice myself. I just read the very bottom message there, and you said past 300 viewers. I try not to pay attention to that stuff, man. I really don't. And like, it makes me nervous. I'm not gonna lie. It makes me nervous. I want to just be me. I want to be me, and I don't want to change anything up, and I don't want it to be impacted by how many people are watching. So I don't pay attention. Adam says thanks for that, Casey, man. Appreciate it. You're welcome, Adam. I'm not sure what I did, but cool. I'm from a pretty cold place in north of England, so we're at on locations. Pretty cold place in north of England, so we average just under 50 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, here's the thing, Adam. People always want what they don't have. It's just in life in general, that's how things are. If you've lived your entire life in cold weather, you probably are ready for something different. You just want something different, period. At some point in time, you're going to move someplace and you'll get sick of that too. I promise. It's just kind of the way it works. But try to look for something that gives you a little bit of taste of everything in life. That's really what you want to look for, Adam, when you're looking for a place to live. Look for something that gives you a little bit of taste of everything. Because then it's difficult to become bored of similar weather, constant similar weather and surroundings. Manjit, good morning to you. Natnail, good morning. Wolf Tunisia says, let's push to, that looks like 1 million calls. I actually I don't want to be very honest with you, Wolf Tunisia. I think that's actually not a good idea. I don't think that we need to have a gamma squeeze. Things are a little bit set up different than what we would normally expect. If you watch where the money's going, a lot of the price movement upwards has been because of the fact that we've had a lot of people pushing derivatives, and then that makes or puts pressure onto the market to create something out of nothing, right? And so they raise the price to create or generate a lot of business, and then just drop price. So I think the idea right now that I think looks most successful for us is to actually not let the market go ahead and raise price, but not freak out on it and just be cool. The American Trader says, "Don't be nervous. All eyes are on you. Thanks. Appreciate that." Mindshift Mastermind says, "Casey, I'm eating Wendy's." Okay. Thanks for letting us know. Myself says, "I'm eating smoked salmon." Oh man, what the hell? I want to be where you're at. I don't. AMC GME Moon baby. You're saying, do you think that a high push up on yesterday on some unknown stocks demonstrates good stuff for us in the future? I really don't. If you look at what happened with some of those stocks, they were on really, really low volume, and all that is just somebody who's trying to drive up price, in my opinion. Somebody was trying to drive up price in an attempt to try and get people to come in and become bag holders. Good morning, Porter. Guys, give me just 2 minutes. I'm gonna go hit the restroom real quick. The dam's breaking. I'll be right back. Give me just a couple minutes. So when I was going to the restroom, I was thinking about the question that was asked about the price and some of the other stocks that were moving the other day. And what I'm going to say about the volume is this. What I want you guys to think about is that every time you ever go to buy something, there has to be a seller, right? And so if you're always buying into higher prices that sellers are selling for, then you can cause price to drive upwards, right? Not a big deal. You can drive price up really quickly if there's not a whole lot of resistance in price movement, and sellers just keep raising their prices and people are willing to buy for those prices. And it actually only takes just a couple orders to raise price, just a huge amount. So what I want you to think of is this though. If somebody's bought in even just a small position um, for a very large amount, they now become the seller because they've purchased and they get to dictate what they're going to sell for. So when a buyer comes along, if a buyer does come along and decides to buy for those really high prices, um, then that seller gets to dictate whether they're going to sell for those really high prices or not. But somebody else is taking on the burden of of price. So if somebody tries to get in really low, price is going to start moving downwards as people are trying to buy in at these really high prices, and they're just trying to look for a bargain. And so a bargain bin pricing. So they jump in, they're buying, and the price starts driving downwards because people are trying to get best execution on small pricing or lower pricing. So you got to really think about like the people who are making the most money are the people who are driving up the price with low volume. The people who are getting shafted are the ones who come in after the fact and try to support the burden of holding shares at those higher prices while driving the price down because they're trying to get it for a cheaper price. So try to think of things like in terms of that in the big picture when you're buying in the marketplace. Just because if you're trying to get in to a position and you're looking for a discount, you're probably behind the times. If you're getting in because you just want to get in before it gets too much higher and you're willing to pay any price possible, you might be ahead of the game. You might be. Might. I think we're looking for 18 to 1830. I think is the price we're looking for. 1779 I got to mark down as our new high. Oh no, 1782 was higher. Never mind. Manjit says, might be stupid question. How can I tell from looking at the screen if a stock is halted? At least over here on Webull, it usually says halted right on it. It'll tell you. Usually it'll put it up there. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay. Maggie says, interesting that Hycroft is waiting until the 4th to drop their breaking news. This must be Adam Aaron's pounce. Don't make assumptions. We don't know yet. But I would say this, Maggie. I bet you there's more than one thing going on here. I have a feeling there's quite a few things that equate to a pounce. So let's be open to there being many different things and not just one. Donald says when a stock goes up after hours and opens higher, people say there's now a gap that needs to be filled. But if the market was open 24/7, there wouldn't be people saying that. Confused. So somebody had mentioned something about like gap fills being made more often than not through uh, pre-market and after-hour trading periods, and I asked the question, do you know why? I don't know that it ever got answered, but the reason for that, Donald, is this: during aftermarket hours and pre-market trading, there's no restrictions on how far price can move without a market halt. So it can move very freely and have these huge jumps in pricing and during those periods of time. Very often, very often it happens during those periods of time. This is part of the reason why I tell you guys so often, make sure you have a broker that gives you the ability to be able to trade aftermarket and pre-market hours. Super, super, super important. It's I don't just say the things that I say for no reason. There is reasons behind everything that it is I say that I back it up with good reasoning. So what you need to understand though is that it creates these gaps when you see price move really violently in one direction or the other. It creates these gaps, and there needs to be some kind of supporting evidence that price can be held within those gaps. So I think if I were to try to explain gap filling, that would probably that might help you to understand maybe. Hopefully. I don't know. Tell me if that helps. If it doesn't help, maybe I'll try to figure out a different way to explain it. Grandpa, you can always hang out, man. You're in a broken down work truck? Yee. Hopefully it's not hot where you're at. Yes, Abby, I do believe that there's another options trap possibility here. I'm I'm almost betting on it. Yeah, Dr. Zeno saying what happened with HKD is entirely different ball game than what we are waiting for with AMC. People need to learn different or to differentiate. Not all players are the same. This is very, very true. Very true. And so, if anybody asks me like what, is HKD, is that a good sign for us on what AMC can do? We can do better. We can do better, and it's going to look way different. It's not going to look exactly the same. Time is going to be much longer on price improvement and well, I should say, what's a better way to put it? Accumulation and distribution. The time for accumulation and distribution is going to be much longer, much greater. MCon is saying, is the report already priced in up or down? I'm assuming you're talking about the earnings report. Probably. Gus is saying an MGM pounce. It doesn't have to be filled, Donald, but the market tends to like to fill voids to test pricing. Oh yes, BioLife Hemp is saying, in regards to market cap, right? This is market cap is just a formula, guys. You got to realize market cap is just simply saying if you take the current volume multiplied by the price, how much are all the shares worth? That's your market cap. It's just a formula. It's just simply saying share price, shares outstanding, what is it worth? If somebody were to come in and say, I want to buy all of AMC shareholders out at current market price, what would that market cap be? 9.07 billion right this second. That's what it is. It's just simply a number that represents what a buyout would take of the shareholders. I would never in a million years suggest that a market cap couldn't have an insane top on it that's unrealistic. Absolutely it can. It means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. It just means that the current price and the current amount of shares that are in existence is just outrageous. That's all it means. That's it. Doesn't mean that the market can't support it. Just means that it's unrealistic. I think it can go as high as we want it to go, Big Tramp. I think we could be as high as Bitcoin. I think we could be as high as Berkshire Hathaway or Hackshire Birthway, however you want to say it. I think we could be that high. I really do think we do. But the problem is that it all depends on what we as investors decide to hold till. If we start exiting our positions before we ever get there, then we'll never achieve those kind of prices. But I do believe that if we know what it is that we're holding on to and we hold on to it long enough, that we could be to numbers that are beyond belief. But I'm not here to tell you that's where we're going to get to. I'm here to watch the numbers and report to you guys what I'm seeing have happen. I'm not going to suggest that for sure we're getting to some number. I don't know. I don't know how long people are going to hold on to their shares for. But what I can do is I can tell you when I see that they're not holding on. I can tell you that. Steven, I'm sorry I didn't answer your question. What's the question, man? Throw it out there. I'm drinking a Snickers right now. Is that like a real drink? Throw me your question, Steven. Don't get angry, man. Don't get angry. I miss questions. It happens. Don't make me say something like, let me give you back your what are they, super chat. What happened to the 5 million shares borrowed? Uh, Likely they were either loaned to, I mean, they were loaned. That's what happened. I mean, that's the end of the short story is they were loaned. Somebody loaned them. The question is for what reason? And I honestly can't truly tell you what they were loaned for. I don't know. But somebody decided they needed them, needed those shares for some reason or another. There's lots of different ways that shares that are loaned can be used. Many different ways. So far today, Steven, I've got oh, it's from Dutch Bros. I'm gonna have to check that out, man. I'm gonna have to check it out. So far, I've got them down for 5.2 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning. So a little bit higher than the 4.7 you got there. I have no idea who got them. I don't know of any way to track that information, unfortunately. There, if I had access to um, I'm drawing a blank, Bloomberg terminal. If I had access to a Bloomberg terminal, I probably could tell you, or give you a good idea as to who probably borrowed them. But I don't have that, and there's no way I'm going to pay what they want for their access to that. I'm just not. I don't have that kind of money right now. I just don't. And I'm not. And don't take this wrong, guys. But there's no way that I would accept any money from you guys to do that either. I'm not. Don't even go there. Don't start. Can't do that. Manjeet says, Manjit, sorry, I keep saying Manjeet. I don't know why. Manjit says, my goal is to retire after the squeeze, so I'm tired of interviewing and not finding any job. Stay strong, Manjit. Stay strong. Um, we're not done yet here. Our job isn't done. We still got time here. I know that that the idea of settling in and being ready for retirement is seems really nice and beautiful, but wait for the beauty to come later. Get the job done that you got to get done now, and make that the priority. Dr. Zena says Aaron's pounce will be announcement of another Nicole Kidman commercial. Man, I hope not. No, Stephen, we didn't have 5.2 yesterday. Yesterday was like, gosh, I'd have to go back and look and see, but yesterday was like 1 point something million yesterday. That is where 4.7 comes from. Hold on a second. I'm reading. It was. Oh, I see what you're saying. There was a return of shares yesterday. In fact, there was a return of about 8.4 million shares yesterday. So the shares, the 5 million shares that showed up that were available to lend came from a portion of that 8.4 that were returned. So, but they've reloaned those. Steven saying it's a Snickers mocha from Dutch. How much? Donald is saying, I think you meant to say, do you think Adam Aaron would risk pseudo apes getting deflated if the pounce is weak and doesn't obliterate shorts? It has to be something John Wick. Am I right? I think I understand what it is that you're trying to say there, and I think so. So here's the deal. Adam Aaron doesn't care about a squeeze. I mean, I know he cares about us, and I know he wants to make us happy and making the company profitable. But his number one priority is not a squeeze. So um, he's got a really weird position that he's got to fill, where he needs to make shareholders happy, but yet at the same time he also has to be productive for the company and make sure the company is growing stronger and making money. Those two things don't necessarily align at all. So the pounce will probably help the company become profitable in some way or another, or have potential for profitability. So, but don't necessarily expect it to be some like specific catalyst to a squeeze. I'm just trying to set expectations to be a little bit more realistic here. Steven says it's very addictive, the drink. I'll have to check it out, man. Snickers mocha from Dutch. I don't know if I have a Dutch nearby. Casey, are they basically playing hot potato, just keeping the lights on day to day? So, in regards, when you say they, I'm assuming that you mean hedge funds. And to be honest with you, I think hedge funds have been out of the game since November of last year. Um, Really, what we're waiting on right now is I feel like the government to basically allow this to occur. And with their quote unquote soft landing of the market, moving downwards in pressure. Uh, and it also kind of stems around like long institutions deciding that they've made enough money on the front side of this thing. So we're kind of in a waiting game right now for everybody to kind of decide that it's done, that they're ready to let it happen. That doesn't mean that it couldn't be forced. There definitely could be some kind of surprise catalyst that could cause the market to crash one way or the other without anybody's choosing it to allow it to happen. But we are indeed at the will of the market right now. I don't think we're really fighting hedge funds like we thought we were anymore. Not since November. Yeah, I changed up my setup on Webull a little bit. I kind of I moved things around a little bit so they would be set up in a fashion that I liked a little bit better. So you can modify the page a little bit to represent how you want it to look. You probably have something that looks a little bit more like crypto does over here, where everything's just on the side of the screen, and what you can do is you can just drag it over a little bit like this, and you can add things on the side. You can move the order books and quotes and all that kind of stuff around, and manage the page a little bit how you want to, which I find kind of cool. Grandpa Barney says they should have a T2 on loaned shares like us. That's fair. Um, yeah, that would be kind of cool. Grandpa Barney says after they return them, they can't reloan them for the same ones for 2 days. Is that? I feel like they. Mm, I guess it depends on who they is, right? Like, could one institution borrow them and then another institution borrow them less than 2 days? See, that would make sense, right? Ooh, Abby, you're asking tough questions here. I mean, it's not tough. It's just it's a topic that's going to cause grief in the community. So, all right, Adam Aaron Adam Aaron did some share dilution last year, and that 2 billion war chest came from that share dilution. So the answer to your question really becomes like, how can they get that back again is issuing more shares. If they want to increase their war chest, they would need to issue more shares and collect the money off of that. Um, that's not good for us. I don't want to see more share dilution. I'm done. I'm done with share dilution. It's not. It doesn't help us for what it is that we're trying to achieve. So the company may want to have a war chest of money, but I'm done with share dilution. Sammy's going to run for president. Steven says they've slowed down the. I mean, that's always the problem, right? Shares per minute. Usually, once they get us under 60,000 shares per minute, which they've done over the last 4 minutes, once they get it down to 60,000 shares per minute, price is much more controllable and manageable, and that's what they've certainly done at this point. But yeah, we're at 15.93 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. All right, Edward, that's a great question. I've actually thought about this myself for a long time ago because I was actually on that bandwagon of let's get rid of Gary Gensler. But I want you to think about something for just a second. For every reaction, there is an equal and opposing reaction, right? Anytime we make a decision in something that is that we're talking about, we need to think about what's the alternative. And I would ask you this, Edward: who would be the person who would fill Gary Gensler's position? And the answer that you are looking for, or that I would be looking for, is we don't know. So I ask you, is Gary Gensler a better possibility for somebody who can be the head of the SEC than anybody else that could possibly be put into place? Anybody, because it could become anyone. You don't know who it's going to be. I would rather have somebody who was brought into the position kind of late into the game. I know he was kind of brought in around the same time that the whole GME thing went down, but I would rather have him in place than somebody who they think could handle the quote unquote problems inside the market that they want to try to avoid than him. Just because we want to push for somebody else to be in the position doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to get the job. So think about that. Think about the fact that people who have a lot of money would probably love to get somebody in the position who could do them even a better job than what Gary Gensler is doing. So it's a very tricky question that you're asking because the answer is I don't know who would be a better. I don't know if the person who they would backfill the job with would be better or worse. I agree with what Dr. Zeno is saying right there. Jeff, when you say once they, who is they if not hedge funds institute? Yeah, it's our brokers. Our brokers are in charge of price right now. Follow the money. Who stands to make the most money from derivatives um, when the premiums are collected and the options are expire worthless? Who stands to make the most money from that? And the answer to the question is the people who are loaning the shares for the options and the people who are making who are creating the options contracts, and that's our brokers. Grandpa Barney says, Casey, Adam Aaron has a war chest already, no more shares. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Yes, Jabibs, that is correct. Brian Carpenter says, I nominate Hester Pierce. Can you imagine? Think about that for a second, guys. How about that? Let's get rid of Gary Gensler and throw it and Hester Pierce ends up being the replacement. How would that make you guys feel? You think you want Hester Pierce to be the next Gary Gensler? Yeah, that'd be a good one. Good move on our part, right? Petition for that. Why don't you? I'm just saying, guys. It could be worse. The person that gets put into position could be way worse. Could be better, but I can think of plenty of instances where it would be worse. Oh, you're rooting for me, Grandpa Barney? That's what you're saying? Me? Yeah, right. No, man. That would be hilarious. The guy who talks about sitting in his big tramp and every time he sees the number 69 going nice and doing Beavis and Butthead impersonations as the chair of the SEC. I mean, it couldn't get any worse than that. I mean, I tried to do the best job I could, but man, boy, that would be rough. Oh, being in charge of the oh my, that's too big of a position for me. Way too much pressure. Nice thought though, Grandpa Barney. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Yeah, Duncan says Hester. No. Abby says Hester is hot. Laugh out loud. Man. Did Lou come in here? Was there or not Lou, but Al? Did Al come in here? Oh man, I just called Lou Hal. Hal. Wow. Hal. I wonder, can we start calling Al Hal? Just for the hell of it? Al, what are you doing? Hal, why are you pulling my circuits? Maggie says, is there someone in a higher position who oversees Gary Gensler? The President of the United States of America, Maggie. And Congress. 18 to 1830 is the price range I'm looking for on that 4-hour cup and handle there, Big Tramp. That's what I was looking for. We got to 1779, which is pretty, or actually we got to higher than that. We got to 1782, which is really close. I don't know if I mean, it's close. I might be close enough. Abby says she looks like someone who likes to wear leather on a Sunday. Yeah, I read that. I read that as well, Dr. Zeno. Adam Aaron's very wanting us to join his meeting. Oh, myself, I'm not going to go there. Yeah, it's good to hear that you're feeling better. Grandpa says at least you're fun. Uh, you know, thanks. We'll make policing the market fun. I'll have the first thing I'll do in the position is I'll interview. I can't think of his name, the comedian. Oh, why can't I think of his name? The guy that interviewed Gary Gensler recently. I can't think of why can't I think of his name? Stewart. Stewart, whatever his name is. I'll have him come in. I'm like, hey, did you see the coffee pot now? I'll change it somehow to make him laugh. If we do hit 18, guys, I would expect a really hard bounce off of 18. Mm. Manjit, what I would say is when in regards to hard to borrow versus easy to borrow, I would look at cost to borrow, right? Cost to borrow is always going to rise the higher the harder it is to borrow shares. So just look at cost to borrow when you start getting to numbers that are, double digits. You have more than likely you have a hard to borrow. There is other ways. I think they actually have a list out there somewhere. I don't look at it very often. It's not something I look at, but I believe that there's a list out there on hard to borrow stocks. You probably could look it up on the internet. Um, and it can relate to shorting of a stock. It can. It doesn't have to necessarily relate to it, but it can. I mean, you would figure that if you had a high cost to borrow, you're probably heavily shorted. It seems that would make the most sense. Dr. Zena says, I tweeted Gensler this morning and called him a turd. Um, I hope that goes over well for you. Novocaine says, I'm pretty sure you would start out the position saying, this is cool. You actually said rad, but I don't think I don't think Butthead would say rad. Uh, like Policing the market sucks. Or actually, probably Butthead would be like all I have to do is just sit here and do nothing, and like there's like lots of chicks and hookers and crack. This is the best job ever that has ever been in existence. All I do is sit here and rich people give me money, and there's chicks everywhere. I can implement a new department and call it the cockles department. That's where I would send companies who have to defend themselves in a suit. Uh, Send them to the cockles. John Stewart. Why couldn't I think of John Stewart's name? It just like popped into my head all of a sudden. This is ADD sucks, guys. It really sucks beyond belief. Like things you want to remember that are right on the tip of your brain, they're just not there, and you know what it is that you want to say, but you can't remember what it is. And then all of a sudden, like you'll be talking about something else random, and it just pops into your head, and it's just like, are you kidding me? Really? I was thinking about that a half hour ago. And now you want to think about John Stewart? Like, how does that just pop into my head and a half hour later? Thanks a lot, brain. I'm already off onto like 10 different subjects by now, and now all of a sudden you're telling me John Stewart in the middle of a sentence of something else? Like, what the hell? This is how ADD works, guys. It's squirrel, you know, constantly. Yeah, it's time to take a look at our numbers here, guys. Somebody put Casey in a Beavis and Butthead movie, the really big long. I like that. We could just sit there watching prices, stocks moving up and down, going, yeah, yeah, it's going up. Ryan, welcome, man. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. Hold on a second. I gotta pull up a screen that I accidentally put in the wrong spot. It's that time of the day to take a look at the numbers, so I'm not gonna see what you guys are saying from here on out. And I'm gonna move a couple screens around real quick here, and we're gonna take a look at our numbers before I get distracted on another subject and forget to look at numbers. Stupid ADD. All right, let's look at it. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange just below me here and a little bit to my, where is it? To my, right here next to me. Off exchange, right here next to my finger. Off exchange, an hour ago was 51.97 and CBOE EDGX was at 15.85. Let's see what those are at now. 57.62 in the off exchange and 14.32 in the EDGX, giving us a grand total of 71.94% of our volume going through those two off exchanges alone. That is high. Very, very high. That's high, like, it's not Snoop Dogg high, but I don't know if somebody tell me after I come back, when you see the Big Tramp show back up on here, give me a list of names that are people who are higher or less high than Snoop Dogg, but still high. I need a list of people that I can talk about. Because I feel like Snoop Dogg is kind of like the highest you can get. That's like high. That's like really high. I need like a less high. Maybe Ice-T high. I don't know. Tell me when I get back. Taking a look at the rest of the numbers here. Borrowed change amount reported an hour ago on Ortex was a return of 500,000 shares. The value is currently at, once this updates, 752,000. So a little bit more of return shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.91%. Cost to borrow average is at 9.48. Cost to borrow max is at 16.4, and min is at 7.94. Shares on loan is at 135.48 million shares. That's about 8.4 million shares less day over day. So there was a returning of shares last night, and about 3 million of those were in short interest. So 5.4 million in, and this is estimates, guys, not like hard fact numbers, but I mean, we know that 8.4 million shares were returned. What we don't know is the exact amount of that was short interest, but estimating around 3 million of it was short interest, 5.4 of it would have been just on loan amounts that were returned, and most of it was all new. And the reason I can say that is because the on loan average age per day increased very high, with a decrease of 8.4 million shares being returned, which is unusual, but a very bullish sign. Somebody doesn't want to be in their short positions. Ah, son of a gun. Apparently, I didn't log into my broker. Give me a second. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't two-factor authentication, you might want to get it, as it may keep somebody out of your account that you don't want to be in your account. Let's try refreshing that page again. As of an hour ago, highest amount of volume for calls was at a $17.50 strike price. It is now 18, which is up 50 cents. At 17.5, it was 5.7 thousand contracts. At 18, there's now 10.9 thousand contracts. And highest amount of volume for the puts is currently at $15 strike price, is the same where it was an hour ago, which had 1.7 thousand contracts. Now has 2.8. I think, yeah, that's a 4-to-1 ratio in calls versus put volume, and the market's kind of insinuating a closing price somewhere between $15 and $18 for the day to day. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC currently in 14th, most heavily traded stock with 47% buys to 53% sales. You know, I'm just gonna throw this out there, guys. Ever since GME had its stock dividend split, we've suffered. Not every day, but for a long time now, we've been under 60-40 in buy to sell ratio. That's a little disturbing to me. It tells me that there's not a whole lot of people who are willing to buy at higher prices. And in order for us to move upwards in price, we do need to have more buying pressure. So there's not a whole lot. There's not a whole lot going on here right now, and that's not good. But I'm just telling you like I see it. GME currently in 24th, but they're also struggling with a buy-sell ratio right now with 48% buys to 52% sales. So both stock ticker, both with an L, BOLTH even we have a little bit of a buying problem going on right now as price is rising. Buying the rips is just as important as buying the dips. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day is $15.17. Shares available to borrow has been only returns since market open. We are at a 6.8% return fee. What am I saying, return fee? I don't even know why I said that. 6.8% borrow fee. And so far, according to what I'm seeing so far on Sonko Tracker for the day-to-day, we've had about 5.2 million shares having been lent. 80,000 shares are out of the money on 80,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 51.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 6.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 2.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Currently, the NASDAQ is up 1.69, Dow Jones is up 0.79, and the S&P 500 is up 0.98. The market is advancing over declining with 4,223 advancers to 2,510 decliners. The VIX is down 6.48, VTI is up 1%, IWD is up 0.6, Tesla is up 1.01, Amazon is up 2.95, Cinemark is up 0.16, Doge is up 1.95, Bitcoin is up 1.55, GME is up 3.71, HYMC is down 2.85, Hood is up 12.41% after laying off employees. That's insane. NCMI is up 3.59% and AMC is up 4.57%. What do you, just out of curiosity, what do you guys think? Do you think that if AMC announced that they laid off 20% of their employees, do you think that we would have the same reaction of moving upwards in price by 12%? I'm guessing no. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $21 million more in outflow than inflow. 17.56 million shares having been traded so far this morning after 101 minutes, which puts us on a pace of 67.8 million shares. Massive, massive drop in volume. We were averaging, I think it was like how much was it an hour ago? I can't remember. I don't remember what it was an hour ago, but it was over 100 million shares average for the day. This has been a massive drop off in volume, but volume is currently starting to pick up here just a tad bit. We're moving back into the 100,000 share per minute range. On the weekly time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence occurring of those two values, the VI plus and VI negative. We have RSI at 51.62, which is it's pretty much average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.21, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 75.83, which is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.31, overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.53, overbought. We did print a TD9, meaning we should see price start to return or have a reversal back in the other direction, but not happening. Volatility is very wide right now, and we're not quite hitting the Bollinger Bands. However, I do run a 3 sigma on my Bollinger Bands here, so likely if I were to reduce this down to a 2 sigma, you would see that we were hitting the Bollinger Bands pretty good, which means the price will probably come back down towards that simple moving average, which is the red line. Future Whale says, see, that proves my point when he says, I'm not sure what you're saying there. So we're not the only ones, right? Those numbers are retail that I'm reading off. So if we're having buying pressure that's going on right now, Future Whale, I would suggest that it's coming from institutions. So it's a good way to figure out whether or not buying pressure is coming from retail or if it's coming from institutions. Right now, from what I'm seeing, all this buying pressure is coming from institutions and not retail. But that's the important thing to remember is there's a difference between retail buying and institutional buying. What really moves price is institutional buying, not retail, because retail doesn't have access to, well, it does have access to the lit market, but for the most part, most retail is not buying straight to the lit market, so we don't really have as much of an impact on price improvement. Keto Genesis says market sees layoffs as a positive since they are actively cutting costs. Yeah, I get that. I understand, but I guarantee you that if AMC announced that we were cutting staff, it probably wouldn't be a good thing. Brian says hood stock going up on bad news is like 2 plus 2 equals fish. You forgot the why. Fishy. Ajern is asking how the cloud's looking. Let's take a look at it. I looked at it earlier, but I only like to look at the cloud like once per day. But we'll take a look at it. We're above the. So this happens quite often. In fact, let me go back to the last time. Last time that we had price above the cloud. And what I want you to notice is this one's not quite a good example here. Let me find let me go back another time where price was above the cloud. Okay, this is a perfect example right here. So from this 1241 rise in price right here to 1532, what I want you to notice here, and I know it's kind of garbled up in some of the data in some of the lines that you're seeing, but I want you to focus on this gold line right here. This is a conversion line. And while this turns into a really good buy signal right here in this range of about 1360, what you'll notice is prices comes way up here and then settles back down and hits the conversion line, right? That's from a trading perspective, that's like your first point. Just trying to understand this indicator. That's your first point of like, okay, warning, warning, Will Robinson, not looking good. And then price. Don't count this part right here because that's abnormal data right there. But uh, watch what happens here is price rises above that conversion line again, and then you have a second test of the conversion, and then finally the test of the base, which tells you this thing is going to start moving down here soon. It does rise above the conversion one more time before breaking through underneath the base, and then eventually back down through or into the cloud for a period of time where there's a time of indecisiveness as to whether or not the price is going to move up or continue down. And then finally the price does rise back above the conversion. But this point right here is what I'm trying to talk about is oftentimes it'll test the conversion once and then a second time before breaking down below it, which is right here. It tested it the second time right here and actually was touching the baseline even at this point, and then fell below it. And so that's kind of similar to what we're kind of seeing happen right now, is where price is testing into the conversion line right now and then may rise above it for a little bit. And then probably maybe in the aftermarket hours tonight or maybe early tomorrow morning, we may see it touch into the conversion line a second time. And when it does, that's kind of it's like your second chance, like, okay, here it comes, right? That's where you tend to see it start to drop in price. Now you can come over and you take a look at it on a longer period at a 4 hour and say, okay, well, what's happening on a 4 hour? Does it still look like a good long-term buy? And it actually does. It looks really, really positive here. We got the lagging line above the price line. You have conversion above base, and price is well above the conversion and the base. And we don't even see a thinning of the cloud until later, back here. We don't even have a green cloud yet. So the 4 hour looks really, really strong in contrast. So, you could take a look at the 1 hour interval and then look at the 4 hour interval and be like, all right, maybe that test of the 1 hour is just kind of a temporary test, but the 4 hour looks really strong. Maybe I should stick with this. But I'm just trying to show you how this indicator works, not necessarily like saying like this is how you should trade on AMC. I'm just simply showing you signs of strength and weakness for this indicator. price is rising as buying is slumped. The new market where everything is ass backwards. Oh yeah, see Stevie is saying if AMC laid off people, there'd be breaking news. AMC on the brink of collapse. You know it. You know that the hit pieces would be out there. It would be strong. So Future Will says, okay, so it's not weird. It's actually I'm agree. I would be in complete agreement with what you're saying, Future Will. Yes, seems weird. Like every single time I don't know, my theory is that they are over leveraged for each one of our shares like 20 to 1. And when people sell, it makes the price go up. Just a theory. So the reason that it goes up is because they need those shares, man. When we start selling shares into the market, they get sucked up. And when they get sucked up, price starts moving and you see a little bit of volume. So that does tend to happen. And I've mentioned on several occasions that we're probably going to lose people along the way. When we do lose people, that's when price does typically start to run. But it's dead weight though. We've got more than enough people who are holding through this that it's just dead weight. Brian Carpenter said, just wanted to say happy 81st birthday to Martha Stewart. We might have to toast to Martha Stewart a little bit later. Just wait, Ryan. I don't think you're far off from being wrong there. Ryan says, and by the way, price is 1771 right now, guys. Throwing it out there for people who are only listening and not watching. But Ryan says, I wonder if we'll see a blood red day when we hear about Amy's positive earnings. I'm just going to throw you back to this 4-minute chart here real quick again, and kind of tell you my long-term outlook on what I see happening in the next couple days here. But I see what appears to be a very strong case for a cup and handle situation. I felt like price should be able to get up to about the $18 mark, anywhere between 18 and 18.37 before we see that downwards pressure, and price will probably fall to at least $16. I have a very strong feeling that that's going to be the case. So watch for price to dip starting towards the end of the day, either the end of the day today or in market open tomorrow. Watching us dip down to 16 bucks is very, very, very likely. That will more than likely trip SSR as well, as I believe SSR is only behind us by, it's at 15.17, so it's not too far behind. If we were to close price around 18, let me just see what that would be. Yeah, so 1580, right? 18 minus 1.8. Oops, why did that not work? Yeah, 16.2. 16.2 would be SSR tripping, so watch for SSR to trip potentially tomorrow. If they drive the price down and they do it in a single day. And we've met the condition for having a synthetic price failure occur, which do usually happen in a single day, or can happen in any. Sorry, I should say can happen in a single day. Yeah, I don't see any comparisons to HKD and AMC whatsoever, like zero. Like there's like literally no comparisons that can be drawn whatsoever. Big Tramp, I would have to break out some of my. I'd have to do some research and see if there's any data that supports how long I could predict those would go, it could take 24 to 48 hours, I would assume. I would say not much longer than. Hold on, let me look and see. Come on, change. So the time between tops on this is 10 days. So I wouldn't expect the cup to or the handle rather to last more than 2 days tops, 48 hours. So within a 48-hour period of time, expect price to drop at least, somewhere to anywhere from 18 down to $16 over a 1 or 2 day period. Ro says, go ahead and put out a trampoline there on the 4 hour in anticipation. You know what, Ro? Let's do it. How big do you want the tramp to be? Small, medium? How do you like your tramps, Ro? Small, medium, or large? Dino Mike says that is a textbook pattern there for sure. I mean, I think so. I think so. I mean, one of the things that I think is women and men doesn't matter. But let me draw that trampoline where I think it's going to be. And I know this is going to look like a hot mess here, but let me just try and figure out where it's going to go. I think $16 is going to be where the start of the tramp starts, and I'm going to put it slightly higher so it can bounce into it. A medium-sized tramp, so it's going to look small on a 4 hour. What's funny to me is this tramp. What am I doing? This tramp is gonna look really silly to people in the near future. They're gonna look at this and be like, "What the hell is that? What did he draw?" If you don't know what the big tramp is all about, you just don't know. Welcome to the channel where we draw tramps. It's funny to me. There's our tramp. Um, if price does come down into the tramp here, I would think that it would come down probably midday on Friday, or maybe even market open and bounce off that pretty well. It's gonna look this tramp is gonna look stupid by the time we get to Friday, but that's all right. Oops. I gotta get to break, guys. I'm leaving out of here a little bit late, so I'm gonna come back a little bit late. Stevie says people who win in this play are supposed to win, just like anyone who got into other plays were supposed to leave. The outcome is already decided. We just haven't experienced it yet. I see where you're going with that. I think I kind of agree. Textbook? What is that? There you go. Uh-oh. Was I buffering? Uh, there's no such thing as stupid tramps, Dino Mike, not around here, not unless the tramps ask the same question twice. Just saying. No question is a dumb question unless you ask it twice. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head to break here. Let me see if I can give you guys an idea as to where we're heading with a little bit of pattern analysis. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, looks like a little bit of a wedge. Not really sure which direction this is going to head when it breaks out. Let's see, the trend line is pointing towards the top, which means it'll break out. The chances are that it'll break out going down are likely. We also see price rising with falling volume, which would also indicate a price breakout heading downwards. However, wedges are never, 100 percenters. I just try to give you the best idea possible. But I see a breakout period potentially forming here right around somewhere between 11:55 and 12:08 Eastern Standard Time. It could happen before, but I'm doing my typical leaving out the tip. All right. So Keto's touching on like a really sensitive subject here, and I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about it because I think it's real. I want to see as many of us win as possible. But I do believe for a fact that there will be people who miss out on this opportunity. There will probably be a chunk of people who leave this play for whatever reasons that they may have. And watching 25% of the people run away or walk away from this very absolutely definitively in my mind would cause something crazy to happen. Price would probably start rocketing when those kind of shares actually hit the market. Um, so my hope is, and I don't do any advertising for the channel here, guys. My hope is that every single one of you guys can hold through this and continue to maintain your positions. But I understand. I understand if you're one of those people who can't continue to hold. I feel for you. I really do feel for you. This is why I talk so heavily. Well, maybe I don't talk about it heavily enough, but this is why in the description box, rule 1, 2, and 3 are so important. Only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Why? Because it helps time to be on your side. You want time to be on your side. If time is not on your side in this play, then you're going to feel like you need to make something happen. And that should not be the case. Um, that's the whole reason. Most people would think that buy and hold should be rule number 1, but that's not really the case. The case is that it's only buy with the money that you don't need in the foreseeable future because you don't know how long this is going to take. You don't know how painful it's going to be. And so you want to be relaxed through it. You don't want to have to feel like you need to have something happen sooner than later. Otherwise, you may be that 25% that has to move your position before others. And I feel bad for you if you're one of those people. I really, truly, and honestly do. But there is going to be a large portion of people who miss out on this. And it's just going to be what happens. I know it's going to be like that, and it sucks. But there will be people that miss. It has been tough, Joshua. It has. But most of the reason that it's been tough on us is because we've probably put in more than we should have, right? Being honest with yourself, um, that's likely the case. Yeah, it's not FUD. It's not meant to be FUD at all. It's just that I know that that's going to be the case. Something will happen that will cause people to leave early for one reason or another, and it'll likely be part of the catalyst. It'll be the initial event that causes people to leave, but the people leaving will cause the price to rise, and they'll be left behind. Alrighty, guys. I am going to head to break. I'm leaving a little bit late here. I'm gonna come back at 11:20. Since I'm leaving so late. I know that's a little bit later than usual, but it'll be okay. Alrighty, guys. See you guys in a bit.
Hey everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm back. A little bit earlier than I thought. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Where'd my glasses go? Son of a gun! I left my glasses over on the couch. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right, found them. I also found my wife's drink. She apparently didn't finish her part. Guess I'm having a double today, guys. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Let's take a look at what's going on with our numbers. We did hit 1803. I suggested that the top might be somewhere around 1803. 18 to 1830 would be the top of this 4-hour cup. I did notice when I was on break, TWE is suggesting that there may not be a handle on this cup. I'm not sure where he's getting his pattern analysis from, but I do know that he's pretty darn good at what he looks at. I mean, technically speaking, I feel like there's going to be a handle on this. We hit the price that we needed to hit, which was 18. I think that seeing price fall back down at this point over a 2-day span, down to at least $16 would be very, very appropriate for what's kind of happening here, I think. You just wait. I can hold myself, Z Wade. Don't you worry about me. Don't you worry about me. I'm good. I take my time. Let's take a look at these numbers, guys. I'm reading what you guys are saying here. He gets it from the March 16th to 20th run up, and he's using the Ethereum Classic pattern and thinks AMC follows it a few days behind. We'll see. I got 16 to 19 today, Cole. All right, I'm not going to see what you guys are writing from here on out. I am going to log into my broker, and I won't be able to see what you guys are saying, so hold those thoughts. Let's see. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. Test it out on your broker, see if you like it. It may help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want to be in your account. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. Off exchange, as of an hour ago, was 57.62 and 14.32 in the EDGX. Let's see what they are currently. 56.86 and 15.31 for grand total 72.17% of our volume going right to those off exchanges. Absolutely beautiful. I'm being very sarcastic here, guys. Extremely sarcastic. 752,000 shares having been returned so far, reported by Ortex this morning. Let's check and see what it is now. It's currently showing 1.18 million shares having been returned at this point. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 18.88%. Cost to borrow average is at 9.51, cost to borrow max at 16.4, and min at 7.94. Shares on loan is down 8.4 million shares to 135.48 million shares on loan, and about 3 million of that was short interest in that 8.4 return. Taking a look at options. As of an hour ago, at a $18 strike price for calls, there was 10.9 thousand contracts. Let's see what it is at now. It's now currently at 16.4 thousand contracts. Highest amount of volume for puts is at a $15 strike price. An hour ago, it was 2.8 thousand contracts. It's now 11.5. Notice how fast that $15 contracts pumped for the puts. Somebody knows price is going back down. I think this broken mug I think this cup has a handle on it. I'm almost positive now. Our volume ratio on puts to calls were almost a 4-to-1 earlier. Now all of a sudden it's closer to like a 1.5 to 1 ratio. Somebody is absolutely loading up right now on puts for a $15 strike price. Guys, we're going to be heading back down on this cup. Target closing price, according to options for the day-to-day, somewhere between $15 and $18. AMC is currently running 14th most heavily traded stock with 46% buys to 54% sales. And GME is in 26th position with 50-50. Stonko Tracker is reporting $15.17 as an SSR trigger price for the day-to-day. Looks like they borrowed another 50,000 shares here a little bit ago. That's going to put us at a grand total of 5.25 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day. Fees are at 6.8%. 74.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 57.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 47,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 1.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. The NASDAQ is up 2.13, Dow Jones is up 1.09, and the S&P 500 is up 1.3. We currently have 4,539 advancers to 2,241 decliners. The VIX is down 7.31, VTI is up 1.3, IWD is up 0.87, Tesla's up 2.06, Amazon is up 3.61, Cinemark is up 1.38, Doge is up 2.04, Bitcoin is up 1.7, GME is up 3.95, HYMC is up 2.85, Hood is up 12.41, NCMI is up 9.09%, and AMC is up 6.2%. Our current price is $17.91. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have a $27 million difference between outflow and inflow. With more outflow? More outflow. 24.49 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. We've traded for 178 minutes. putting us on pace for 53